Good evening. Today is Thursday, May 20th, 2021, and this is the meeting for the Board for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. Chair Olivas is out this evening, so I will be stepping in for him. Other members of the agency that are present are Dr. William Cass, new member Gion Ralph, member Eric Nixon, new member Richard, I completely just kind of spaced for a minute. Richard Johnson. And I think that's it as far as members go of the board. Members of the agency, of course, are Director Harness, Valerie Barella, Katrina Segala is on. Our council, Tina Gooch, is joining us. Members of APD, Zach Cottrell, Sean Waite, and Corey Lowe. And then we also have Elizabeth Martinez with the DOJ sitting in, and Lindsay Van Meter with the City Attorney's Office. Am I missing anybody else? Okay. So the mission statement for the Board for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency is advancing constitutional policing and accountability for APD in the Albuquerque community. Next item on our agenda is the approval. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move we approve the agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Nixon. Any discussion? Seeing none, I have a couple. I would like to make a motion that we amend the agenda by removing item 10, serious use of force and officer-involved shootings, as that material was not made available to the board. Can I have a second?
Was there a reason why it wasn't made available?
Before we get into discussion, we do need to have a second, I believe.
Second.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think the same hiccups that we experienced last month with the new platform that the cases are being sent over from FRB on continues. And so we're just going to table that until next month's meeting. Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella.
Thank you.
I would like to also make a motion to add a new item, item 7, for a procedural vote suspending Article 6.8A of our policies and procedures, which states every board member who is within the room shall vote upon each question except those who have disqualified themselves due to a conflict of interest after the completion of item 6, reports from city departments. So to put a vote in there. This is intended to excuse new members Johnson and Ralph from voting on cases for this month, as those materials were not made available to them. So that's a motion. Do I have a second?
Member Johnson, I second the motion.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Any discussion? Great. Then Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Yes. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
Thank you. That passed 5-0.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Next item on our agenda is public comments. We did
Sorry,
receive.
Excuse
Sorry?
me, Vice Chair Galloway, do you want to go back and do you have to go back and approve the agenda as amended?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. So then can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Or a second?
Okay, I'll second that. Any further discussion?
Sorry, Vice Chair Galloway, I you motioned to amend it, so we need a second from another member.
I think the member Nixon
Okay,
voted to do the, or amended, made the motion to amend, and I second that motion.
okay. I just want to make, okay.
Yeah. So any discussion? Any further amendments needed? Okay. Ms. Barella, if you'll call the roll on that, please.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes, yes,
Member, thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is public comments. We did receive one public comment that was distributed to board members prior to tonight's meeting and will be included in the minutes for this month's meeting. Next item on the agenda is the review and approval of minutes from May 10th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I move to approve the minutes from May 10th, 2021.
Thank you. Do we have a second? I'll second. Any discussion about those minutes? Seeing none, I would ask Ms. Barella to take the roll on that, please.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes,
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rell.
Yes.
Motion to approve 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is reports from city departments. First on the list is APD, the Compliance and Oversight Division with Acting Commander Sean Waite. Commander?
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Good evening. Ms. Barella, could you give me the power to, there it is right there. Thank you very much. So tonight I'm going to review the variation between IMR 12 and 13. As you know, the independent monitor report for the most recent period came out a couple weeks ago, and we've just produced a short PowerPoint to walk you through that. So one change on the monitor team, the fourth one down, Mr. Rick Naselis is a new member to the team. He will be interacting mostly with Internal Affairs Professional Standards, which is under Commander Zach Cottrell, who's also on the call tonight. Documents related to the court-approved settlement agreement, or the CASA, are found at these two links. The independent monitors report is posted online as well, so if anybody wants to access it, it's available there. And just as an overview, these are the main sections for the CASA. So the main sections are on the left. There are 276 measurable paragraphs, and just as a review, 3 levels of compliance: primary, which deals with policy development and publishing. Secondary has to do with training, and operational has to do with implementation of all those things into daily operations. So these are bar graphs of our levels of compliance over time. So you can see that we have had a drop from IMR 12 to IMR 13, approximately 10% in secondary compliance and approximately 5% in operational compliance. So if you look back over time, as was noted by the monitor, we're somewhere on the graph between IMR 8 and IMR 9 with respect to our current progress. So we have slipped a little bit. So again, primary compliance, we remain 100% in primary compliance. We remain 82% in secondary and 59% in operational compliance. So these are the main sections and how we fared over time. So looking at use of force, we had during this monitoring period, we had 29 measurable paragraphs that decreased in compliance. Obviously that affected those compliance rates that I showed you previously. We also had 5 paragraphs in crisis intervention that decreased. Specialized units, which would be the tactical team and the specialized investigative units, that stayed substantially the same. Policies and training reduced a little bit. I would note that many of the use of force and the policy and training paragraphs decreased because of our inability to produce training over the last year. Some of that was complicated by COVID, but some of that was our failure to produce a reasonable plan for that training. So these 4: misconduct, complaint intake, investigation and adjudication, staffing, management and supervision, recruitment, selection and promotions, officer assistance and support, all stayed basically the same. And finally, we had a slight decrease in community engagement. You can see that we had 3 paragraphs that increased in compliance and 5 that decreased. And then in implementation, compliance, assessment, and enforcement, we had 1 that decreased in compliance. So that's just a brief overview. I have provided this PowerPoint, and I can to community groups. I can also provide it to the CPOA if you guys would like a copy of it as well. So I'm available for questions if I can answer them. So thank you for your time, at least with the presentation.
Thank you, Commander. Members of the board, do we have any questions?
I do.
Member Nixon.
Yes. Is it possible that we can get a copy of this PowerPoint slide deck? Thank you. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
Would it be best if Ms. Barella passed it out just so I can have a single point of contact?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll forward that to her and she can have a.
If this, excuse me, oh, sorry, Commander, wait, if this was the presentation you provided to me, it was included in their attachments.
Yeah,
If
so
this
that's
is
the
the same
only,
presentation.
should be. It's the only one we've done on IMR 13. So.
Okay, yeah, Member Nixon, you should have it in your attachment.
And if you, sir, if you don't see it, I can resend it. No problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the board? And I don't know if we can make the PowerPoint presentation go away.
I can. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Commander. Just so I can see a full screen of members.
How about that?
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Seeing no other questions, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a competing meeting, so I'm going to bow out. Appreciate you guys' time. So.
Absolutely. And if I fail to mention it, as always, once you've given your reports or your presentations to the board, please feel free to leave. You are not required to stay through what is expected to be a fairly lengthy meeting. So
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
thank you. Next up on our agenda is Internal Affairs Professional Standards Division and Commander Cottrell.
Good evening, Vice Chair Galloway and members of the board. The monthly report for April for Internal Affairs Professional Standards was provided. In there, we did close out 11 cases with discipline, and those cases are listed below on the handout, the breakdown of the imposed discipline. We did complete 15 cases within Internal Affairs that are going through the chain of command review right now. We did open up an additional 14 cases within IAPS, so we kind of broke even for the month. We did open up 18 cases for minor misconduct that went out to the area commands or division head for their investigation and pending discipline. We did carry over 15 cases that were not completed within the month of April. One thing that I did kind of come across the other day when I was kind of looking at our numbers is year to date, we have closed out 76 cases within Internal Affairs. And during the same time period in 2020, through the end of May, we had closed out 54. So it's about a 40% increase in 2021 over 2020. I haven't figured out why we have so many more cases this year. That's kind of what I'm gonna start working on now, because I just kind of stumbled across that the other day by accident. So I'll kind of look into that because I know that'll be kind of your next question for next month or the month after is why are we having such an increase in cases? So I'm going to see if I can find some kind of a trend or something that's leading to that and make sure that the board members know. It's kind of all I have for this month. Any questions?
Member Dr. Cass.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I do have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that there were well, there are actually three cases that I have some questions about, and
Okay.
and they're case I 74-20 and 787-20 are kind of related in that they both had terminations.
Yes, sir.
And one had 2 terminations and one had 4 terminations. And when I was looking at the SOPs that related to these, there were some cases where it appeared that the termination wasn't part of the discipline matrix for a particular offense. And so I'm just kind of curious could you go through, for example, 787-20, there's 4 terminations that range for, in non-compliance with SOPs from, compliance with laws, mandatory recording, enforcing laws, submission of evidence. I presume that these are all related to, these are 4 individual separate officers who were terminated for some, for this one event. So.
So actually it's on that case, and I made notes because I had a feeling this was going to be asked. On 787, it was just one officer that was terminated. So it's a reporting glitch in the way we report, I guess is the best way to say it, that he was fired or terminated for all 4 policy violations, which is not the case, as you point out, because it doesn't meet the chart of sanctions. We kind of caught that last month it came up kind of in another case in a way, where it's the way we're entering it into our database, IA Pro, it's showing that they're terminated for each. We're not individually sanctioning each policy violation appropriately like we should be in our database. So we're actually working on fixing that now. I think we kind of have a fix for it, but for example, if an officer was sustained for 2 separate SOPs and they received a 20-hour suspension, the admin staff was breaking it up in the system as 10 hours of suspension for both violations, so it would equal the 20 hours when that's not the case, when one was more egregious than the other. So it's more of a reporting error on our side, and we're trying to fix it now because we did catch on to that. The case of 754 is the same. It was just one officer that was terminated for a couple different violations, and it's just a reporting error that we're trying to fix.
Okay, thank you. And then the third one is 755-20, which involves some use of force, or at least use of force review and reporting. And I'm just curious if you would sort of elaborate on that case. There were no terminations, but there were some suspensions handed out, and it appeared to be to management. So I would like also to know whether there has any of these relate to the latest IMR, if there's some reflection of cases which are being processed now, which were also pointed out in IMR 13. So
none of these cases were pointed out in IMR 13, I can tell you that.
Okay.
755, there was an acting sergeant that was disciplined. He did receive a suspension, and it did result from use of force review by supervisors, that he did not do his chain of command review appropriately, timely, and some progressive discipline also figured into that case, which is why it was bumped up a little more for the suspension. Is he had had prior issues with getting reports in timely and similar instances.
thank you. Those are good answers. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kess. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Commander Cottrell. We are going to move on to item 3 from APD's city reports, Internal Affairs Force Division with Commander Corey Lowe.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Galloway and board members. Thank you for the time this this month. To give you some use of force data for the month of April, there were 85 for the month. We did add a column, as you guys will see, is we add the calls for service in that particular area command as well. So you'll see that we had 20 level 1s, 40 level 2s, actually 43 because we count 3 that stem from a tactical activation, and then we had 22 level 3s. We broke them down by the levels of use of force by area command as well. You can see that it went a little bit higher, especially in a few area commands. The Valley, Southeast, Northwest, and Foothills all had an increase in use of force in the month of April. Our types of calls associated with force events stay somewhat similar. The only one that moved up in the list is suicide calls. We had more suicide calls for the month of April. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what type of suicide calls that led to the use of force, but that is the only change. We do have disturbance, family dispute, suspicious persons as our top ones as usual. Again, in the Valley, we do have the Prisoner Transport Center. So we do break that out so everyone can be aware of, like, the Prisoner Transport Center is where we take all of our prisoners before we transport them up to the Metropolitan Detention Center up on the west side. So we break those out so you can see how many uses of force we had, and we did have 3 for the month of April. That is my report for this month, and I will stand for questions, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Commander. Members of the board, any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for participating. All right, have a great evening. The next thing that I want to do, I'm just going to pop in here just a minute before we move on to Mr. Sylvan with City Council's report. I did mention that member Chair Olivas was absent from this evening's meeting, but also member Armijo Pruitt is absent and member Doug Mitchell is absent from tonight's meeting. So just so we have that in the record. And thank you so much, Ms. Varela, for pointing that out. Mr. Sylvan, your report for City Council.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. Good evening, board members and others. Chris Sylvan with City Council. The thing I have to report is we have finally interviewed our final candidate to fill the board. I have sent the name on to you, Vice Chair Galloway, and I'm sure you're going to be onboarding her real soon. And we expect to have her at the next City Council meeting, which is on the 7th of June. And we're gonna, hopefully councilors will vote her on. That's my report for City Council. I stand for questions.
Any members have questions for Mr. Sylvan? Chris, you are my favorite person of the month. You've done a tremendous job along with your colleagues at filling the vacancies on this board when I thought it was going to be next to impossible to actually have that done. So thank you so much. I have sent an email out to our new candidate and we are hoping to meet perhaps even as early as Tuesday afternoon to welcome her to the board. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, Vice Chair Galloway.
Next item is also your report for Public Safety Committee meeting.
Yes, Public Safety Committee met on May 11th, I believe. Probably got that wrong, but I'm just reading the memo from what happened. EC 21-330, it's a force supplemental agreement with Mexico Solutions. The contract was approved and it goes to full council. New Mexico Solution provides mental health and psychological services to APD employees and their families as outlined in the CASA. Another item that was on there was EC 21-331, and that one's going to full council. What that is that's for a lease agreement on a space at 320 Central Avenue Northwest. It's where I believe they're going to locate the new downtown sub or public safety area that's going to be moving into there. And the final contract was EC-21-335. That's the agreement with DLG Accounting Advisory Services. And what DLG Accounting Advisory Services, they will serve as the External Force Investigation Team, or EFIT. And they were one of several people that applied, and all the parties came together, and this contract was the one that they wanted to go with. So with that, that was the public safety meeting, and budget is over, so I can get some sleep this week. Any questions?
Any questions from members of the board? Director Harness, yes.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. My only question is, do we know when the EFIT vote is going to go to the full council? Is that going to be the next direct city council meeting?
Vice Chair Galloway, Director Harness, yes, it will be on the 7th of June.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? All right, Mr. Sylvan, please go start on that sleep catch up. Have a great evening.
Thank you. I actually have to jump out to another neighborhood meeting, so after that.
Take care. All right, next item on our agenda is the mayor's office, reports from the mayor's office. Who will be providing that, or do we have an update from the mayor's office? Okay, I'm assuming not. Next on our item, next item on our agenda is reports from the city attorney's office. Ms. Van Meter, I assume that's you.
Good evening, Madam, well, Madam not quite Chair. I'm just not sure, sorry, members of the board. So Madam Acting Chair, how's that? Okay, so we have several events coming up in the near future that relate to the CASA that I want to make sure you all have on your calendar. So the first is the Amici meeting, which is scheduled for next week, Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Then we have the court hearing scheduled for, oh, I'm sorry, there's one thing before that, and Mr. Sylvan may have touched on this, which is the city council meeting on June 7th, considering the external force investigation team contract. And then on June 9th is the public hearing for the CASA case. And then June 21st through 25th is the site visit from the monitoring team, which is tentatively going to be in person, although we are waiting to see if that solidifies. In addition, last week, I believe it was, and it could have been the week before, APD sent over to the CPOA policies 3-41 and 3-46, and those are both related to the discipline process. And because of their importance, we want to know whether the CPOA-B wants to schedule any special meeting to have a presentation regarding those policies and consider public input similar to what was done with the use of force policies in the past, and just offer that APD can work with you all if you choose to move forward with that. Otherwise, we will look for your comments in writing. And I think that's all I have for you today. So let me know if you have any questions.
Do we have any questions for members of the board? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Van Meter.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda, item F, is CPC update and Kelly Mensa, but I'm not seeing him in attendance. Yes, sir. Director Harness.
Yes, Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board. On behalf of Kelly Mensa, because this meeting conflicts with the CPC for the Southeast. He is tending to that business. But we do have the new CPC office assistant in the meeting, Martisa Billy. She's joined a couple of weeks ago, so she's still really learning about the community policing councils and their role in the community. So I just hope that you'll welcome her. And other than that, the CPCs are going well. And the next chair of council of chairs meeting will be May 29th at 10 o'clock. That's a week from Saturday. So other than that, I don't know if anybody has any questions for CPCs.
Hello, everybody. I'm Martisa. I'm the new office assistant for the Civilian Oversight Agency.
Martisa, welcome. We're happy to have you on board. And I understand that you relocated to Albuquerque for this position. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm located from Winter Rock, Arizona to Albuquerque. So it's a big change.
Yeah, I would imagine it is. Any questions for either Director Harness about the CPCs or Ms. Billy? All right, seeing none. Looking forward to working with you, Martisa.
Thank you. Same to everybody else.
Thank you, Director Harness, for that. Next item on our agenda is item G, reports from the APOA. I am not seeing anybody present from the APOA. So I'm going to move the agenda forward to the CPOA report and Director Harness.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway. Good evening, everyone. You have my written report that was sent out earlier in the week. There is a bit of overlap from Mr. Sylvan and Ms. Van Meter's report, so I'll just hit a couple of the highlights. The City Council approved the final budget on the 17th, and our final number came in at $1,698,000. So that will allow us to add an additional investigator position to take us to 7, and it will allow for the policy analyst position to be hired as well. So we'll be looking to fill 2 investigator positions starting the 1st of July, along with the policy analyst position. The FRB materials are going to be submitted to you via a thumb drive that I'm going to pick up from APD and upload onto SmartLink for your review until APD figures out what's the glitch with the new share-based platform. Apparently they can see the video on their side and it works for them, but it doesn't work for us on the share side. So they still don't know what that glitch is. And so the temporary fix is to get the materials from a thumb drive and to upload it for your availability. The upcoming meeting, our 2 new hire investigators that we submitted the hiring memo for April 12. Speaking with HR this morning, their projected hire date is going to be June 7th. So we'll be glad to get them. We'll be happy to get them on board. The new board member training folder on SharePoint has been renamed and reorganized, so everything is there except for the use of force, and the use of force training is in a separate folder right there for availability. You've received the latest link for the Office of Equity and Inclusion trainings. I know that Ms. Melendez referenced some training in June for you, but I can't find any links for that. So I'm thinking that that's probably going to be produced on the next newsletter that advertises the training for June. It comes out on a monthly basis. So as soon as that comes out, I will pass that along. And then a reminder of the June 9th status conference. Like Ms. Van Meter said, they're projecting that it's going to be a live meeting in person. So we'll need to know if you plan to attend so that we can post a possible notice of quorum. And then other than that, I stand for questions.
Any questions for members of the board? Seeing none, thank you, Director Harness. Just to let members of the public know that we did have Miss Amanda Tapia join us from APD's Training Academy. She is stepping in for Lieutenant Meisinger, who has a child graduating today, Dr. Cass informs me. So I shared in the decision-making that child graduating trumped board meeting tonight. So if there's any questions for the Training Academy, Ms. Tapia is here, but if not, then we'll just proceed with our agenda with our thanks to Ms. Tapia for being available. Okay, seeing none, thank you for being here. All right, next item on our agenda is the new item that we have passed with our amended agenda. At this point, I would like to make a motion to suspend Article 6.8A of the board's policies and procedures for the May 20th, 2021 meeting, allowing for members Johnson and Ralph to be excused from voting on new items 8, 9, and 10, as they were not provided case materials to review. This will require a 2/3 vote of members present to pass. So that was the motion. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? And this was run by council, so we are good here. With that, Ms. Barella, if you will take the roll, please.
Sure. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
thank you. Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Okay. So for these next 3 items on our agenda, members Johnson and Ralph are excused from voting. The next item is a request for reconsideration on case 210-20, sorry. Do we have a motion to grant this? I'm assuming this is actually an appeal, to grant this appeal. Member Dr. Cass.
Yes, can we have a little background on this as to the status of the case? Since as I recall, this looks like a case where the complainants appeared at an earlier meeting recently. So if someone could give us some guidance as to where we stand regarding what what's on the table here.
Director Harness.
Certainly, Chair, Vice Chair Galloway, Member Dr. Cass. Yes, this case was on last month's agenda. The complainants did appear and present to the board prior to the board reaching the decision to accept the findings of the agency, in which this case was unfounded and I believe and exonerated. So this letter that you received is a request for reconsideration, a request for an appeal hearing. And so it's up for the board to review that and deem whether or not it meets the criteria to grant a hearing.
Thank you. And one last question, could we then have the list of criteria so that we make sure we touch all the bases?
Chair, Dr. Cass, yes, give me a moment and I can pull those up.
Unless Ms. Gooch has it available, which I suspect she does.
I thank you, Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board. I can go through those unless you prefer to, Director Harness.
Go ahead. I would have to pull those up. I'd have to go to a different database to pull those up.
All right, so pursuant to the board's policies and procedures, requests for reconsideration require a showing of one of the following three items. One, a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, i.e. the APD policy or policies that were considered by the board were the wrong policies or they were used in the wrong way. Two, the findings or recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, i.e. the APD policy or APD policies considered by the board were chosen randomly. They do not address the issues in the complaint, or the findings of the board had no explanation that would lead to the conclusion made by the board. Or number three, the findings and recommendations were not consistent with the record evidence, i.e. the findings were not supported by the evidence that was available to the board at the time of the investigation.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay. Do we have any motions one way or the other? All right, then I'm going to move that we not grant the appeal request for this complainant.
I second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, if you would please call the roll.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
member Nixon.
Yes.
That motion passed 3-0 with 2 members excused.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Next item on our agenda is item 9, and it is composed of 5 parts. Just so members are aware, we do have complainants available to us to make comment regarding their cases. And so we are going to, I think it's probably best to listen to them as they come up in order of the agenda. The first item is A, administratively closed, and we have a complainant available for case 300-20. So we could let that individual into the room. Wonderful.
Chair Galloway, Vice Chair Galloway, just let me know when you want me to start recording the time.
I will do that. I'm going to just provide them with that disclaimer. Who is joining us? Is this Lee Miller? Lee, are you with us?
Possibly Ken Miller.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ken.
Ken, yes.
Hi, Ken. Thank you so much for being here. You could do me a favor and just lower the volume of your television or computer monitor
Oh, okay.
so that we don't get that feedback. Thank you so much. All right, Ken, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak. Ms. Barella will be monitoring the time and she will ring a bell when your 5 minutes are up. But thank you for joining us and your time begins now.
Well, thank you all for the time. The only reason I even filed this is because, as we all know, New Mexico already has a rapid problem with alcohol and DWIs and drinking and whatnot. And then when I see on the news where our police department breaks up a party and it's all young people in their partying, and there was, instead of stopping them from running to their vehicles, They're telling them drive safe, as they all come flooding out of this house. There was only one person arrested, and that was a minor that threw a bottle of whiskey at them. And I'm just kind of curious of why there wasn't people stopping them from driving these vehicles, because we know she wasn't the only one drinking in that house. I could guarantee it. And why they weren't stopped from getting in their vehicles to drive down the highway. Do we wait until they all run out the street, get in their cars and start wrecking and killing people, innocent people, before we get involved with this? There was no record of anybody being arrested for giving them the alcohol. There was none of this. And I'm just, it just kind of baffled my mind to see this go on, because I'm going, well, wait a minute. There's so many laws that were being violated here, and yet there was only one arrest. And that, I mean, I realize our police officers go through so much, and my hat's off to them, because they do a lot, and they get a lot of scrutiny. But when it's just blatant, all this lays out in front of you, you're going, what are they doing allowing this to happen? And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Miller. All right, and with that, we're going to go on ahead and dismiss you, Mr. Miller, so we can continue with our business, but thank you for participating. Oh, Dr. Cass?
Yes, before he leaves, I would just like to ask, what kind of relief would you like to see in this case?
And you're muted, Mr. Miller.
I don't know if there's really a relief to be done in this case, but I think in further actions from now on, I mean, shouldn't somebody be asked who was giving these minors, whose house was that in, which parents were allowing this to go on? I mean, there should be some questions answered over this, and later on, not to let something like this happen is my thing. It's to me, it was just, I don't know if the police are getting so afraid to do their job anymore, because every time they turn around, somebody's trying to prosecute them, or what the deal is.
Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you again, Mr. Miller.
Yep.
All right, members of the board, do we have a motion to accept the findings of administratively closed cases as presented by the agency?
I move we accept the findings of the agency.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. And I'll second that since it's just the three of us. Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Varela, please.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
thank you. Member Nixon,
No.
that motion passed 2-1 with 2 members excused.
Thank you, Ms. Varela.
Thank you.
Item B is the exonerated cases. We also have members of the complainants who are here to address the board on their respective cases. So for 136-20, we have Jamie Murdoch. Mr. Murdoch. Mr. Murdoch, are you with us, sir? Mr. Murdoch?
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you. Member Nixon,
No.
Hi,
that
Jamie.
motion passed 2-1
I will
with 2
ask that
members
you
excused.
turn down the volume on your TV or computer monitor of the board meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here tonight. I will say to you what I said to the last gentleman. You have 5 minutes to speak, to present on your case. Ms. Barella will be keeping time and she'll ring a bell when your 5 minutes are up. May begin now.
Thank you. I wanted to start focusing not on the immediate details of the incident, but kind of three ongoing concerns and what we'd like to see to resolve the situation. Since the incident, I've tried to rectify the situation by filing an amended report, and I misinterpreted what was going on at the situation. It led to some escalation, and I wanted to set the record straight because it's unjust for my wife to have the other person in the situation to have an involuntary evaluation on her records. And I've run into barriers at every step of the way at multiple substations and multiple levels of command, ranging from non-responsive to, unhelpful to obstructionist. I've just wanted to file a paper that gets, brought up with the case, a supplemental report, some sort of amendment to make it clear that anytime this situation is brought up, that that was, she was professionally and not in any sort of concern. And I haven't been able to contact any substation to file that report, getting a report bounced around to other substations and being bounced eventually to the officer that took the original report, having to deal with schedule things. I just want to file a piece of paper, and that doesn't seem to be happening. The other issue is one that I think APD is certainly working on with the crisis intervention teams and things like that. But there's a real issue with kind of gender discrimination. And during the incident, my wife explicitly asked an officer, what can I do to de-escalate the situation right now? I was essentially told to do exactly what she was doing, taking a walk, giving space, etc. And, the result of that was that she was taken into custody, to this evaluation, and immediately discharged thereafter. But during the case, stripped of her agency, her ability to say, I'm, out of crisis and wasn't in crisis. And so this kind of rolling, escalations once officers are involved, and how to de-escalate when a situation has resolved. And we believe that there is, this gendered component to it that, had it been me taking a break and, resolving it and saying, hey, we're about to go home, we're thinking about dinner at this point, that, the same result would not have happened. And just also the whole nature of custody in these kind of crisis situations when it's a non-arrest and various things like that. I have a statement I'd like to eventually open. The three things that we would like to have to resolve this. I've apologized to her for the events of that day. We would like an apology from an APD supervisor for the inappropriate assessment of the situation. And also for just the stonewalling of being able to do anything to correct what are publicly discoverable records without real follow-through or response. And we feel that any public institution should have a process for correcting records professionally and courteously in a timely manner. And we have not had that in our interactions with staff, officers, etc. The substations. Albuquerque's our home and is going to continue to be for a long time. We've felt horribly kind of intractable in this situation, and we'd like to see some movement forward so others with less time can navigate the system. We'd like three things: assistance, the apology letter about this situation, assistance in helping us file an amended report, specifically having an officer accept it and put it in the record. And then to have extended training on, unconscious bias, gender discrimination, to work this forward. We really hope that today marks a turning point in being heard, correcting inaccuracies, and moving on for our family.
Age of Zoom. Thank you so much, Mr. Murdoch, for being here, for participating in the process. I'll go on ahead and ask if anybody has any questions. Dr. Cass?
Yes, I appreciate your appearance here and your discussion of the. I just would like to sort of point out, as an agency, as an investigative agency and a board, I mean, I think we're faced with two kinds of events: the kind of specific, acute things that happen, and then the broader scale, longer term sort of things that are affected by policy. And this sounds like some one of those cultural situations, which I think we're in the middle of changing, but I think it's a long time in the to get to that process. And so I think I probably should have said this to the last person, to Mr. Miller as well, but I think these are the kind of things that might be addressed by policy, but they're not very well addressed by a specific answer to your to that particular situation once it's occurred and been investigated, and under the current policies, essentially there was nothing that that was done that was wrong according to those policies. And but we are tasked with looking at both policy and training, and I think this is we can take this as a lesson without really changing the findings in the case from your particular situation. But it is something that I think adds to the the whole to the body of evidence that grows, that says some aspects of police culture has to change. So I thank you again for bringing this matter up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Member Nixon, do you have any questions or?
Yeah, I did. Mr. Murdoch, given the gravity that the officers had gone into with the situation, reading things on the actual complaint that it happened, and so on and so forth, do you feel like it was a bit overkill, or do you think that the officers were kind of erring on the side of caution? How did you feel about that, them taking the actions they did? I did read the complaint and I did read the findings, but I just want to kind of get a little bit of an elaboration.
I think it was overkill, and I think that I had particularly overreacted. I should have also communicated that we were getting ready to go home at that point.
Okay.
I think that she had de-escalated the situation, and I think that was fairly obvious to the officers that she was surveying the landscaping and taking a break.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Murdoch, for your time. And
Really
again,
quickly, before we move forward, I did request some specific assistance with actions, and I would like some follow-up. And if that doesn't happen during this meeting, I'd like to know when and where those avenues are. One of the big things here is the kind of administrative intractability, and I'd like to leave this meeting with a next step.
as far as how you can submit your supplemental information, that document you were referring to, honestly, we are not a part of APD, and that as frustrating as it sounds, I don't know that we can point you in the right direction other than with the area command substation that the report was taken from. I honestly can't think of any way that we can kind of help facilitate that unless Director Harness maybe knows of a point of contact, but that seems like an internal APD kind of thing, and we are separate from them, as counterintuitive as that may seem.
Vice Chair Galloway, investigator in this case had conversations with Mr. Murdoch regarding using the telephone reporting unit to file a supplemental, and then some of the other requests, which are beyond our scope of ability to provide those remedies, and those were described to Mr. Murdoch previously.
Is it possible for the board to come up with some sort of, recommendation that, the process for filing a, amended or supplemental report is clearly communicated to the public?
I think that that's probably one of those things that member Dr. Cass was kind of alluding to, that there may be opportunities for policy development or training development. And you're in good hands because he's the chair of the Policy and Procedures Committee. And so if he sees that as being a need, I'm sure he'll take that back to the members of the committee to probably do just that. Make those recommendations to APD. But if you've already had a conversation with the investigator about how you might be able to file that supplemental report, I think that's probably the best advice that we can give. They're much more familiar than we are with that process, so. Okay.
That advice was not particularly fruitful.
I'm sorry to hear that.
If there can be any further action or recommendations from the board to clearly communicate this, I know you are outside of it, but as an oversight agency to say, hey, you have citizens that are competent trying to figure out how to navigate your system. They can't. I know bad systems. I've worked for the government. I've got a PhD. Like I know how to get through administration, and I'm feeling completely stymied here.
I hear you. Member Dr. Cass?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that, the answer I was trying to get at before is that I think in order to make a change or to have any impact on the situation such as yours would mean a policy change or increased or enhanced training in a particular area at APD. Those are the kind of things that we can recommend after we gather some evidence that looks like there's more than one example. I think it starts with one example, but I think what we need to do is to decide to what level this rises, and then decide how we can approach APD with recommendations for policy changes. So we would need to look at the policies that apply here, and given that there's so many things that impact a situation such as yours, I think in terms of APD policy and training, that we're really talking about some a broad kind of I won't call it low level, but it's a broad sort of change that we're after here. And I can ask your patience, and we can look at this, but we can't promise anything immediate.
If you would like any documentation about the trying to file a report process, I'm happy to provide that.
That would be useful if you could send that to whatever you might have. We would at least take a look at it in the policy committee.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Murdoch. All right, we are going to excuse Mr. Murdoch, and I understand that Ms. Armijo is here for 3320. Oh. Okay, Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. Welcome to our board meeting. Thank you for your participation in the oversight process. I will share with you what I shared with the last two complainants. You have 5 minutes to address the board, then we'll open it up for questions from members of the board. I will set a timer as we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, and your time begins now.
Okay, so I wanted to get the board's perspective on how we should proceed. So we've had a issue with just some neighborhood issues with a specific neighbor for 17 years. And every time that we have an issue with it, we call APD. APD either doesn't show up or they tell us that nothing's happening. Recently in January, just wanted to point out that it's now towards the end of May and we're barely having some kind of follow-up with this. So in January, the neighbor was harassing us and we called APD just because the situation was escalating. My mom called APD and she asked for an interpreter. In the middle of that, she was disconnected from the line and no further attempt was made to reach her. She called 911 and that's concerning. So thankfully, I was able to call 242 cops and an officer eventually did respond, but they said that they would be physically going to her house and then 2 hours later they call us. So we're waiting here and we just get a phone call. So the point is, when I filed the complaint about the lack of follow-up with the emergency number, they said there was no record of it. So looking through our phone records, one of the investigators and I found that the call was routed to the sheriff's office. As soon as he said that was out of the jurisdiction. However, from my understanding, if it's a 911 call and APD is needed urgently, they need to show up or there needs to be some kind of cross communication. My concern is that this could have been, thankfully, it wasn't a situation where it became life or death, but it was heading that way. Thankfully, we were able to de-escalate the situation on our own. However, it's been 17 years that we've had this continual problem, and we really want some resolution of this. It seems like this time, because a complaint was filed, it seems like I got some follow-up with this, but the follow-up right now is being present at the board meeting. So I'd like to get the board's recommendations on how we should proceed moving forward if an emergency occurs, as well as how APD can remedy the situation if an interpreter is needed and the call is dropped. The other thing I'd like to know is how can we trust the department to really help us resolve some of these issues that we're asking for their help with?
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from members of the board? Dr. Cass.
What's the case number for this case? I just want to be sure I have the right one.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. 330-20 is what I have.
I think it's -21.
Is that a typo on the agenda?
That was 00521.
I have
005-21.
The email I got and the letter I had was 21.
But 330-21 or 00521?
00521.
Thank you. I'm looking at the wrong one. As far as the macro question of how to get APD to respond, there's a triage system that calls when they are brought in, when they're received by the 911 center, go through, and that kind of determines where officers are dispatched to. So dependent upon what else is going on in the city, that's how calls are kind of triaged. The 911 call center thing is a really interesting issue that was presented, and I think that warrants are looking into that a little bit more, and I will leave that to Dr. Cass to see what research we can come up with that through this policies and procedures committee.
My concern is that this is under the closed cases, and my fear is that this will be closed and there will be no follow-up, or we won't get a response about what the follow-up is.
For the 911, having a translator available. And that very well may be. Our work is a little bit different. We wouldn't look at this case specific. We would look at this as kind of the case that brought to our attention that there may be an issue within policy that needs to be remedied. And so we would look at the policy in general and see if there is a mechanism in place for ensuring that if a translator is needed and a call is placed on hold, that there is a mechanism there to make sure that that call is responded to by somebody who can speak the language.
Well, the problem isn't that there wasn't an interpreter. While they were connecting to an interpreter, the call got disconnected.
Right.
So, and there was no call back, and it was a 911 call.
Right. I hear you. I remember reading it. I was with you. I just wasn't reading the same thing on the screen. I remember that case, and I think that that's a very legitimate concern to be looked at. And I think that we can look at that aspect of it more in depth through our policies and procedures committee, and I would recommend that we do so.
I guess one other thing I'd add to that is that when there's multiple cases, because it's been 17 years, again, to reiterate, that we've had this issue, and if money weren't an issue or housing weren't an issue, again, we'd have moved out a long time ago, but our hands are tied. However, this guy has a criminal record. We don't want to associate with this person. Even installing security cameras can be a liability, if that makes any sense for you. So the problem isn't the fact that there's something within policy. The problem is that there is nothing within policy that when there's multiple reports that are made about somebody in specific, that all they tell us is you need to follow up with court. You need to do this, you need to do that. And we do, but there's never resolution. So I'd like to see that there is some follow-up on APD's policies and procedures so that this can actually be resolved in the future.
What specifically would that look like to you?
For me, that would look like if we have the same issue, 17 years going on, that APD would attempt to intervene, similar to CYFD cases. I know it's a very different department, but the way they work is that if there's multiple reports about one specific issue, they decide to look into it.
Okay.
And
Director Harness?
Yes, Vice Chair Galloway, a couple of issues. One, I believe where Ms. Ortega's mother lives is the jurisdiction of the Bernalillo County Sheriff. So that's part of the issue. Secondarily, I would recommend that the parties contact the City of Albuquerque's community mediation program to try to resolve the issue through mediation as a means of trying to resolve this neighbor dispute, which seems to be ongoing and long-term.
So I guess a follow-up question is, what's the difference between the Sheriff's Department and APD? Because that was something that wasn't clear anywhere. I just knew that I live in Albuquerque, so I called the cops, and I wasn't aware that there's a difference between that.
Yes, there are, I don't know how to describe it. There's fingers that reach into the City of Albuquerque, which are not the jurisdiction of the Albuquerque Police Department. They're the jurisdiction of the Bernalillo County Sheriffs. So the 911 calls get routed to the Sheriff's Department, and they are the responsible party for responding. So that's why there were the findings in this case. When you're looking for some long-term solution and what appears to be inadequate options through courts and through policing, that's why I'm suggesting trying to go to the Community Mediation Center.
Okay.
Member Nixon.
Ms. Ortega, if I understand you correctly, were you ever able to talk to someone, or was the call dropped and you didn't have an opportunity to talk to anybody?
Eventually, I was able to call the non-emergency line, and because I speak English, I'm fluent, I was able to get a response. It took us 2 hours to get a call back though. And we were told that somebody would be physically going to our home. And if the situation escalated, to call them once again. All we got was a phone call and just a case number. That was all we received, and that there was no follow-up after that.
And the reason I asked that question is because I'm reading through the complaint. It seemed to me like there was supposed to be a handoff, like Director Harness was saying, because it was outside the jurisdiction of, say, APD and in BCSO jurisdiction. I'm curious to find out what that handoff is like, if it could be smoother or what's going on, so that when there has to be a transition in an emergency call, that call doesn't necessarily get dropped, but that it follows its workflow accordingly. And it didn't seem like it did in this situation for whatever technical difficulty or whatever had happened. And that's a bit of a concern, that you actually had to call 311 as opposed to either having somebody call you back, or just being able to get to an officer or dispatch to assist you.
And that shouldn't be an issue. Just to highlight, we're taxpaying citizens, that shouldn't be an issue. If you have an emergency, you have the right to get support, rather than trying to figure out these little loopholes and politics that it seems like even board members are having trouble understanding. It's not okay. That's something that really needs to be looked at and changed.
Good point. And point noted. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, Ms. Ortega, thank you so much. And thank you again for bringing these issues to our attention and for participating so completely in this process.
Thank you.
Take care. All righty. So I just want to confirm before we move forward, Ms. Barella, the only other individual who's here to speak to us is 013-21.
I believe that's right, if Director Harness can verify that he's in the waiting room. But I also want to point out that exonerated case 330-20 was an attachment statement email. Okay.
Right. All righty. So that said, I would make a motion that we approve the findings of item 9B, exonerated cases 136-20 and 330-20 from the agency. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Cass. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just kind of want to point out, I think that Ms. Ortega made a really good point. And I don't, it's obvious that this board does not fit the jurisdiction for the complaint that she had, but she kind of brought up a good point. And I think on the next monthly meeting, I'm going to probably ask NAPD officers about their, how should I say, their communication process with BCSO when this happens, and what that process is supposed to look like. I have not identified an SOP at this point, but I think it's worth following up to say, okay, when these things happen, what's normally supposed to happen? And also with 311, if there was a call there, if there was an opportunity to let Ms. Ortega know that she's outside the jurisdiction of APD, and that she could actually, have their other numbers or other alternatives or solutions that she can go to in the event that there is a complaint that she needs to file. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Director Harness, 911 and 242 cops both go to the call center and are routed from that point, right?
Vice Chair Galloway, that's correct. 311 is a separate call center, that's city services. So
right.
242 cops and 911 go to the emergency communication center.
So this is reaching back to our Citizen Police Academy days. Member Nixon, in the presentation, that we had out at the 911 call center, but it may be nice to invite the call center to, the director of the call center to report to the board. Not even, I mean, for us, obviously, but also for members of the public, just to get that information out there. And so I think it might be a good idea to have that conversation with Chair Olivas for having that person teed up to join us.
I agree. Good
Yeah.
idea.
Okay, that said, we have a motion and a second to approve the findings of item 9B, exonerated cases. Any other discussion? Ms. Barella, if you would like to call the roll, please.
Sure. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass, Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 3-0.
Wonderful. Next item on the agenda is 9C, exonerated and sustained. I would make a motion that we accept the findings of the agency for cases 293-20 and 304-20.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Barella, if you will call the roll, please.
Sure. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 3-0.
Next item on the agenda is 9D, not sustained and unfounded, case number 72-20. I move that we accept the findings of the agency in this case.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Barella?
Yes. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass, Member Dr. Cass.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 3-0 with 2 members excused.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is unfounded cases, and we do have the complainant for 013-21, I believe. Hi, Ms. Ortiz, can you hear me? Ms. Ortiz? Ms. Ortiz? Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can now, and we can see you. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak.
You're welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the board. And then, as we've been doing with the other complainants that have been before us this evening, we'll open it up to board members to ask any questions they may have, okay?
Okay.
All right, and your time starts now, Ms. Ortiz.
So on October 17th of 2020, my husband was riding his bicycle on the tramway bicycle path. When he arrived at the crosswalk at Rover, there was a brown pickup stop. He couldn't see the face of the driver due to her very dark windshield, so he tapped on her hood and drove through the crosswalk, for which he had a green light. As he drove in front of her car, she lunged forward. He grabbed the hood of her pickup while his bicycle hung to his foot. She drove through the red light and then continued about 30 feet with my husband hanging on the hood and dragging his bike before either she saw him or a witness flagged her to stop. My husband was never interviewed. A witness who stopped to help was never interviewed. Only the assailant who ran the red light and dragged my husband with her car was interviewed. I called the young officer who made the report. He did not answer my first 2 phone calls and only called me back when I asked to speak to his supervisor on the 3rd phone call. When I asked about evaluating the driver for the use of alcohol and drugs, he only responded that it was too late. I filed a complaint with the police department. After 2 months and no response from APD, I then contacted the mayor's office, and which is how I ended up here. My concern is the manner in which the Albuquerque police execute investigations. When should any investigation include only the report of the assailant and exclude the story of the victim and a witness? The citizens of Albuquerque rely on our police department for fair and impartial investigations. Are the Albuquerque police trained in objective investigation? Are the Albuquerque police trained to understand implicit bias? Did the young police officer believe that an older man hit by a car was too fragile to make a report? My husband is a retired psychotherapist that has provided crisis mental health care to hundreds of patients. Why did the young police officer only interview the young woman driver? When she told him that she simply did not see my husband, apparently this was sufficient to not interview either the victim or the witness. What were the sources of implicit bias that led the young police officer to this very worrisome decision? My husband and I are grateful that he had no serious injuries. However, my husband is fearful of getting back on a bicycle. My concern is that the Albuquerque police are seriously lacking in training on objective, fair investigations. Data collection, data reporting, and awareness of one's own implicit bias are necessary for anyone doing investigations in police, legal, health, and educational settings. Are the Albuquerque police trained to this standard?
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Any questions from members of the board? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All righty.
And quite frankly, as I know you have somebody there from the academy, and I would be happy. I'm a psychiatrist. I was trained as a social worker before. I would be happy to work with anyone to develop a curriculum in assessment, because I'm appalled by this.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Nixon?
Yeah, I just want to understand it, and thank you, Ms. Ortiz, for your time on this. When your husband was dragged by the car, and it stated in the complaint findings that was it the insurance company that refused to pay for the bike, the damage of the bike?
The insurance company did pay a partial amount, but they said since the driver was not even cited, and I believe she didn't even get a ticket, that they would only pay a partial amount.
Okay. And just to make sure I heard it right, your husband was not interviewed?
That's right. He was, the only thing they asked him was for his identification, which he had his wallet.
Okay. And was there a complaint filed by your husband at all?
I filed the complaint.
I see. Okay.
And I heard nothing back.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. With that, again, Ms. Ortiz, thank you so much for your time. And we will continue on with the business of these cases.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I would move that we accept the findings of the unfounded cases 091-20, 012-21, and 013-21.
I second.
Okay, any discussion? Dr. Cass?
Yes, on the last case, I'm having trouble. Okay, I'm not muted. All right. On the last case, I'm just curious, what was the finding of the agency that I read this, and now what was the conclusion, or what was under consideration here? Because I don't see how the victim was not identified at the scene as a victim, and that there was damage done here.
So the SOP that was under review was actually not an SOP, it was procedural order 2-40-3G3. It says officers assigned to investigate traffic accidents will conduct thorough investigations and submit complete reports. If sufficient evidence exists to identify contributing causes of accidents, those facts and opinions must be properly. And the finding was unfounded.
So, I mean, it seems to me that there's clearly not a sufficient investigation in this case. If there was a victim and it was never identified until a complaint was filed later.
I don't disagree with you. Any further discussion on that? Yeah, Member Nixon.
Yeah, I'm just kind of baffled as to, it says in the letter, which I find in this situation almost seems kind of condescending, is that there's clear and concise, clear and convincing evidence that the alleged misconduct did not occur. And if I understand that correctly, I'm looking at this the same as that and she had stated here, is that the husband who was riding the bike and was dragged was not interviewed. And to her point, that she'd be more than willing to help the academy to set up some sort of policies and procedures about this. I kind of see where that goes, but what am I missing here? Because I'm trying to understand, kind of like with Dr. Cass, where the victim wouldn't at least take a statement, and how is that not sufficient?
An incomplete, how's that not an incomplete investigation? Director Harness, do you want to weigh in here or have the board proceed? You're muted. We're
Sorry,
almost through this Zoom thing.
Well, I think that the investigative report has been provided to the board members, and based upon that investigative report, it seems to me that the finding of unfounded is the correct finding. The language that Member Nixon quotes is the prescribed language from the Department of Justice for an unfounded finding, and so those paragraphs are consistent. But I would stand by the investigative report that you have, and you've had for a couple of weeks, and I believe you should base your decision based upon that.
Any additional discussion on this case? Dr. Cass?
Well, I mean, I may be, maybe a little somewhat biased in this case, in that I've had friends who've been killed on their bicycle because of an inattentive driver, basically. I'm a former runner, and I know that whenever you introduce yourself in front of a car, that you better be sure that you've made eye contact with the driver of the car. And because in the end, the person who's either riding a bicycle or on foot is going to be the loser in the situation. And so I think there's a systematic ignoring of people who are in a vulnerable situation like this. And the outcome has been, the investigations have typically attributed many of these situations to pedestrian error or the bicyclist error, or the person who ends up injured because they're the vulnerable person. And so it really concerns me when an investigation like this ignores the idea that that there's the bicyclist is the one who's most who has the most to lose here. And in fact, it sounds like this person went out of their way to make that contact with the driver of the vehicle to be sure that they were not, that they weren't missed. And for that victim to be ignored essentially at the scene, it bothers me. And so if that's, I'm seeing some you know, I guess I would like to hear more from Director Harness since he's disagreeing with what I said. So I'm
just real quick before Director Harness chimes in, it wasn't that there was no interaction between the officer and the Miss Ortiz's husband. There was, that's indicated from the lapel video. And so I don't know, maybe we don't feel as though it was enough of an interaction, but it started, you know what I mean?
And I think that what because I did read this, and I think what it was it was dismissed as, well, there was no, you know, she didn't see the bicyclist, and that was sort of that was sufficient. So anyway,
Director Harness?
Yes.
Well, Vice Chair Galloway and Member Dr. Cass, I think that the presentation by Ms. Ortiz does not comport with the evidence that was gathered in this investigation.
That's all?
That's all.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Ms. Barella, if you will call the roll.
Member Galloway?
No.
Member Dr. Cass?
And this is for this specific case?
This is to accept the findings of 9E, unfounded cases 09120, 01221, 01321.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Member Nixon?
No.
That motion failed 1-2 with 2 members.
So then shall we break out that one case specifically?
I agree with that. That's the one case that I am not agreeing with, so.
Okay. So then I would move that we accept the findings of 091-20 and 012-21.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Barella?
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 3-0 with 2 members excused.
Now I would move to accept the findings of 013-21.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion, any further discussion on that case? Okay, Ms. Barella?
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
No.
Member Nixon?
No.
Okay, that motion.
Gentlemen, would you like to send this case back to the agency for further review?
Yes. If that's the next step, if there are no other alternative steps to it, yes.
Yeah, that would be the next step. Okay, case number 013-21 will be returned to the agency for reconsideration.
Vice Chair Galloway, I believe your policies and procedures state that if you're going to send something back for review, that there has to be some defined specificity as to what review is lacking in this case.
I will leave that up to member Dr. Cass and member Nixon to express what they would like to see.
I would like to see, based on the policy and procedure, where in any normal circumstances, when a police officer is doing an investigation on a traffic an accident where all of the parties involved in that accident are not reviewed. I'd like to see that looked at again, because I'm not feeling like or sensing, or it appears to me like that didn't happen in this situation, where Miss Ortiz's husband should have been interviewed, regardless of what their findings were, but he should have at least been interviewed and a statement taken.
Vice Chair Galloway and Member Nixon, if you review the investigative report that has been provided to you, it details the conversations between the victim in this case and the officer. So to say that there was no interview and that did not take place, as I stated previously, Ms. Ortiz's account does not jive with the evidence presented in this case.
Member Dr. Cass, do you have anything you would like to see come back from the agency on this case?
I think what I'm trying to decipher from the investigation, it seems that there was an inconsistency in saying there was no driver error by the officer when an accident occurred where the other person was not at fault. There had to be an error occurred. So I mean, it seems to me that the report itself is the conclusion that the officer reached was incorrect, and in that there was no driver error, and that this was reported as a non-event essentially by the APD investigation or the APD report. I mean, so I think what I'm doing is I'm finding fault with the APD investigation or the conclusion from the APD investigation. And I, so that is has to be a violation of that SOP that says a fair and impartial or a fair investigation or a thorough investigation will be conducted. So how do we, that would be my objection is to, it's sort of an evaluation, a reevaluation of whether APD conducted a thorough investigation and violated or didn't violate or did violate an SOP when they did not do that. I mean, that seems to me to be the conclusion that is erroneous here.
Dr. Cass, would you like to put that in a motion to direct the agency to review this case again?
Well, I guess and I'm trying to decide how that, the practical way of getting that done.
We're going to need a motion back to the agency to defer action on case number 01321 to allow for further investigation on XYZ issue. You're muted.
Yes. So how do we question that whether the SOP was followed? Essentially, I'm taking issue with the fact that the SOP to do a thorough investigation of an accident was not followed. This is where I think the evidence from our investigation indicates that was the case. So.
Okay, so perhaps maybe a motion to defer action on this case to allow the agency further time to investigate whether I think it was an order, the public order was followed appropriately rather than an SOP, as the findings seem to indicate there being a conflict in the investigation.
Vice Chair Galloway, I mean, I'm questioning where we're going here. If you review the vehicle crash report, which is included in the file that's been presented to you, the witness statements do not provide a definitive cause for the crash. And there's contrary statements from Ms. Ortiz's husband and the driver of the vehicle and a third-party witness, which are all included in the vehicle crash report. So you may disagree with the conclusion, but we're evaluating whether or not whether it was thorough and fair. And it seems that everything is in there is included. So essentially what you're asking is have it come back to the CPOA, and then we cannot change the conclusion or the findings or the reports as they sit. And we've deemed that they were thorough. So it's unfounded at this point. I'm not sure what else we can do unless the board has the ability, because you have the investigative file, you can reach a different conclusion and state your reasons for that.
Yeah, and I did. I've looked at the report and it doesn't have any statements from Mr. Ortiz. I wonder if that's his last name.
That's because Mr. Ortiz, his name is
Sane, sir.
Sainez. It's not Mr. Ortiz.
Sainz?
Sainz, Mr. Sainz.
Gentlemen, you know, it's going to have to come from one of the two of you because my vote was to accept the findings. So I can't help you out here. You guys are going to have to come up with a reason to send this back to the agency.
Vice Chair Galloway, Ms. Gooch has her hand up.
Thank you. Tina?
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board. To the extent it helps, I'll provide the two areas that it looks like your policies and procedures that you're discussing, Member Dr. Cass and Member Nixon. You have the opportunity to approve other findings and recommendations as the board determines are supported by the investigation file, or you can defer action on the matter to allow for further investigation or analysis by the executive director on specifically identifiable matters. To the extent it's helpful, I just wanted to provide those two items as part of, 5 choices from your policies and procedures.
It kind of sounds like what I'm hearing you guys say is that you don't believe that the investigation was thorough. And so an investigative finding of the CPOA is unfounded wouldn't be in line with that. That's what I feel like I'm hearing from you guys, but.
Yes, reading from the investigation, it says officer, not sure I should use the name, but the officer advised Mr. Barnes, who was a witness, that usually what happens from there was the insurance companies would work everything out, as it seemed Ms. McNeil was at fault, not paying attention to pedestrian traffic. If there's a statement in here that the driver was at fault and they were going to let the insurance companies settle this, where a potential injury had occurred, then they haven't done an investigation which is consistent with the SOP. So that would be the basis. I mean, there's self-conflicting evidence in this investigation report from APD, as I read it.
I'm going to put that in the form of a motion to send this case back.
Well, I guess that my motion would be to re-examine this case in light of the fact that the APD report or the investigation report of the APD report indicated that there was fault by the driver, but there was no there was no accountability. This was not included in the in consideration of the outcome for this case. You know, they ignored the fault of the driver. They recognized it and then proceeded not to act on it. So that would
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Director Harness, I saw your hand go up.
Yes. Sorry. The vehicle crash report cites driver inattention for vehicle number 1, which is the driver of the vehicle. There is no obligation to write a citation, however. So simply because the driver wasn't cited, the vehicle crash states driver inattention for vehicle 1. So it's documented.
But it's in the report, it's documented as saying no driver error. I'm confused.
I would draw your attention to the vehicle crash report, which has been provided to you.
No, I believe you. Yeah, you're right. It's in there. So these don't contradict one another. Wouldn't the report support what you just said? Or no?
Well, this is where I'm having trouble with the contradiction of it. It says that there was a fault, that the driver was at fault, essentially. And in the next breath, it says there was no, let's see, at the end, it says there was no driver error. So I mean, this is what our report says. Officer Thoreau reported on Mr. Sands' information. The apparent contributing factor to the accident was no driver error. But that's not consistent with earlier where it says there was driver inattention.
Well, Vice Chair Galloway, member Dr. Cass, I think you're quoting from two different sources. I'm looking directly at the vehicle crash report, which says the operator of vehicle 1, which was the vehicle and not the bicycle, shows a factor of non-driver inattention.
Well, in the interest of getting this moved forward, I mean, is there a way that we can, table this and we can have a discussion? I mean, I can ask for more information or just to, educate myself further, and then we can re-review this. I mean, maybe, I'm willing to accept the fact that within the technical limits of this report that it was, everything was done properly. But there's some, there's a flaw here that doesn't, isn't correctable by this by any investigation. It's a deeper sort of problem. So but I would like a chance to further review that. So if there's a way to, resolve the situation and conduct, I'll take it on myself to read more, this further, and then we can bring this back up at the next meeting. Is that a solution? I guess that's my.
So I would support that. We do have a motion and a second, although it sounds like we're going to probably vote down that previous motion. Nonetheless, Ms. Varela is asking if it can be restated, and I told her I can't do that. So I'm asking you to restate your motion.
I would just withdraw my motion.
Okay. Fair enough.
And then I would ask that I would move that we table this and reconsider this at the next meeting. And in the meantime, I will do some homework to satisfy myself as to what the report, whether the report is in conflict with some SOP. So,
Okay, I'll second that motion to table case 013-21. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 3-0 with 2 members excused.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda is the non-concurrence cases 249-20 and 293-20. This, I feel like just happens too infrequently. I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do with it. Is it just kind of like a receipt be noted that the chief of police or acting chief of police has disagreed with our findings?
Vice Chair Galloway, yes, it's on to highlight the fact that there were non-concurrences. In the case of 249-20, the non-concurrence, we learned about via the letter to the citizen, and we have not received an explanation as to why there was a non-concurrence in that case. I have informed the department that their response in that case was inadequate, and we have yet to get a response for 249-20. For 293-20, you were provided a copy of the explained non-concurrence. The other factor for these being listed is so that the monitor can easily pick these cases for review as a part of the independent monitor's reports.
Perfect. We don't need to take action on these then, correct? Wonderful. Moving on. Reports from subcommittees. First one is, and at this point, our agenda is renumbering back to the original agenda as it was provided. So whoever is listening at GovTV, we should be good at this point. Reports from subcommittees. Item 11A is Community Outreach Subcommittee. I have nothing further to add than what I provided in my report, other than Director Harness and I met with new members, Richard Johnson and Gionne Ralph, to provide them with their onboarding training regarding the policies and the procedures and a little bit of the CASA and ordinance stuff. So we did that on Monday. And as a result, they are now voting members of our board. The only other little thing is in the very beginning of my report, I referenced a southeast or southwest CPC meeting. I'm going to throw in the chat box the link to that meeting in case there are any members who are interested in reviewing that. And then the copy of the minutes will include an updated outreach report that will have this link on it for anybody who is looking for it in the future. So there's that. And with that, our next meeting is May 25th at 3 p.m. Any questions? Okay, next up is Policy and Procedure Review Committee, Dr. Cass.
Yes, thank you, Chair Galloway. So we met May 6th, and there were several items on the agenda. A couple of these will come up later on the agenda as specific items. But what I think is the appropriate thing, if you'll refer to the policy report, one of the things that we discussed is to send a no recommendation on policies which have progressed through the policy process to where they've advanced through the Policy and Procedures Review Subcommittee. And for new members primarily, I just want to explain the process a little bit. But typically for policies are required to be reviewed on a periodic basis by Albuquerque's own policy, but also by the DOJ's policies, and so or DOJ orders. So every SOP is supposed to be reviewed yearly. And of course, given the number of SOPs, there's over 200. They don't get reviewed as often as is required. When they are reviewed, they start out with the Policy and Procedures Unit of APD presenting an SOP which has been which is up for its periodic review, and they have typically what they call a subject matter expert who works in this field associated with the SOP to present the SOP and changes which have been made since it was last reviewed. And from there, there's, this is a semi-public review, and the members, anyone can actually attend this review or input information into the policy. This is also the place where it's expected that there would be an evaluation of the policy or the effectiveness of a policy. There would be citations of where this policy worked, where it didn't work. And this is part of that review, the review process, which is laid out in SOP 352. After it receives the review at the Policy and Procedures Review Unit meeting of APD, there's then a 15-day commentary period. And then after that, it comes to an advancement process at the Policy and Procedures Review Committee of APD, which essentially says this policy is ready for, we've made the changes that we're going to make, and we now need to have it passed on by us, the board of the Civilian Police Oversight Agency. We now have an opportunity here to make a 30-day period of time during which we can make a substantive recommendation for this policy. In most cases, we don't do that because most policies haven't changed significantly, or they may not be particularly important in terms of what use of force or some other aspect of police behavior which has real public impact. But there may be something like the uniforms or uniform policy, or things that are primarily internal operations. So typically what we've done then is, at the request of APD, when a policy has gone through this PPRB review process, we've been asked if we would make essentially what we call now a no recommendation to APD, to go on record as saying we've looked at this policy and there's nothing that we want to say about it at this time. That no recommendation, we as a board decided would be done through through the agency, and someone designated at the agency to write a letter essentially, or fill out a form for APD and send it to them and say, we don't have any recommendation on this particular policy. So in the report this month, we have about 7 policies which we're suggesting that the board send this no recommendation letter to APD. We have another policy which has gone through this process, which is the gunshot detection procedure, and we'll talk about that more later. And so just to, we'll continue beating this issue a little bit, but so the no recommendation goes to APD's policy unit. If we make a recommendation, that goes to the chief, and the chief is obligated to respond to that recommendation. And so if we make a recommendation regarding the gunshot detection to the chief, then there'll be a response. If we make no recommendation to APD, it just is a matter of record to sort of clarify that we don't have anything significant to say. So that was a discussion, and there's a list of policies that are presented in the policy subcommittee report for policies that we will not be making, or we're going to recommend a no recommendation for. So And then in addition to that, there is a policy that advanced through the process, which is the gunshot recommendation. And we'll, talk about that. That's a later item on the agenda. But there's been concern about, the process. We're trying to, there was discussion at the most recent policy meeting, our policy meeting, about the review of the policy procedure SOP or policy SOP that APD follows, which is SOP 352. And that is in the process of being reviewed for its own review. So we're getting, this sounds like a little bit of, circular logic here, but we have policies about how to write policies, and we're about to review that policy as to how policies are written and reviewed at APD. So I hope that hasn't been completely confusing, but that's where we are with the policy report. So let's see, I think we have an item on the agenda for later for making the no recommendation. I just want to make sure that's correct. So I'll leave the policy report there, and I hope we can sort of defer questions until we get to the other meat of this issue. So I'll quit I'll quit digging this hole that I'm in.
What happens when you talk about 352.
Are there any questions about the policy report? Hopefully we can clarify some of this as we get to the other particular items that deal with policy. But
any questions for Dr. Katz? All right, helping you out there. Okay, next one on the agenda is case review subcommittee and member Nixon.
Okay. Can you guys see? Yeah, I'm off. Okay, great. Thank you. So the case review subcommittee met on April 27th of 2021. We went over 3 cases. What was that? There we go. And those were 170-20, 248-20, and 025-21. All of those conclusions were in line. They were, I believe all of them except for one were administratively closed. And these were randomly selected. I had initially chosen 4 cases, but we dropped one off due to reevaluating the operating procedure for this, and so I only needed the 3 cases that I just listed. Other than that, like I said, the findings were concurrent with what the findings were in the meeting, and so we'll have more of a discussion and a vote on those. I don't believe that's on the agenda to do at this point, but turning those cases in as audited, I just wanted to open it up and see if anybody had any questions.
Member Nixon, we do have an agenda item to accept the audit report for first quarter 2020.
Okay.
So we will do that.
I'll make a motion to do that now if I need to.
We have an item on the agenda for it.
Okay.
So when we get there, I'll bring in for that.
Okay, sounds good.
All righty.
That's my report. Any questions? The next meeting, one more thing. The next meeting is to be determined. I basically had a question because since I'm doing this for the first time as to whether or not that's going to be in August. I calculated it as the next meeting needing to be in August for the audit, for the case review. Is that wrong, or is it July?
Why don't you and I chat about that offline? I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to review our last meeting, but we we have voted to suspend the case review committee for this next quarter. So the next cases that we'll review are third quarter cases, which will push us back into probably November, December territory.
Okay, fair enough. I wasn't sure, and I apologize for that. I remember that, but I wasn't sure if that was finalized.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. So that counts for this one. Okay, fair enough. We'll talk offline.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the Personnel Subcommittee. I don't believe that we have anybody here from that committee. Right? So we're gonna, can I have a motion to table? I guess I don't know what we need to do with this. It's there. Can we just ignore it? Tina, you can't tell, but I'm looking at you.
Vice Chair Galloway, you could have a motion to just table this item, or you could read for the public, what the item actually provides with regard to when the meetings were. It's up to you.
I can do that. So the Personnel Subcommittee did meet April 26th, and their next meeting is June 1st. And unfortunately, every member on that committee is out this evening. So we will bypass that. It is 7:11. I'm going to suggest, before we get into this laundry list of discussion and possible action items, that we take a 15-minute break. That will bring us back in at 7:26. Ms. Barella is reminding me that we have a written report from the Personnel Committee that will be attached to minutes. Thank you, Valerie. But we're going to take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 7:26.
Vice Chair Galloway, did you need a motion to go into break?
I'm seeing heads shake no.
Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we are back. This is the Board for the Civilian Police Oversight Agency returning from our break. We're moving into item 12 of our agenda, discussion and possible action item. I'm going to take a page out of Chair Olivas's book, and we will allow the presenter to make the first comment on these issues. And then we'll proceed in order of alphabetical last name and allow up to 2 comments each. We'll go in a round. So Dr. Cass, the traffic stop study proposal and data request is the first item under discussion and possible action.
Okay, thank you. So this, I will get to the, sort of give you the bottom line first, and then I'll give you a little bit of supporting material. But the purpose of this item is to get the board's approval to have the Police Oversight Agency designee request data from APD so that we can get information about traffic stops in Albuquerque. And the reason we want to get that information is that we would like to determine if traffic stops are used to disproportionately target minorities, if there's unnecessary uses of force which occur with increased traffic stops, and then we have a general concern about the increased risk to the public associated and the police department officers associated with traffic stops. And so as background, there's been a recent example of at least one city in the US where they've limited the number of traffic stops to violations which are of immediate concern for public safety. And I sent out an article or some background material for the board to read before the meeting, which contains most of this information, but I'll just kind of review it so that everyone's on the same page. But what happened in Fayetteville, North Carolina was that they decided to start enforcing only violations, moving violations, which were an immediate concern to public safety, such as speeding, stop sign, stoplight violations, DWI, and reckless driving. And the result of that was that the number of minorities that were arrested or involved in this went down. The number of speeders that they picked up or stopped went up, and generally, what it allowed was to, rather than using what have been characterized as sort of pretextual stops, where a stop is made on the basis of a broken tail light or something like that, and then that leads to some, search or in some cases, there's been increased use of force associated with what started out as a very minor infraction, sort of traffic stop. So what we're trying to do is to gain, look at some of the evidence of what APD has for data associated with traffic stops, and then make our own recommendations based upon an analysis of that data. So what I'm asking the board to do tonight is to approve that idea through a letter to that we would submit to the chief, which requests the kind of data. And let me just kind of review what the data is that we're looking for. The data is number, type, resolution of traffic stops conducted by APD from, we've given the date, time period of January 2017 to January 2021. Demographic data, including race and ethnicity on drivers who were stopped during this period. Use of force types and occurrences during these stops, including resulting injuries. Officer injury types and occurrences that occurred as a result of these stops. Information that allows a correlation by officer, appropriately scrubbed of identifying information for the frequency of stops and citations. And then we request that this be given through our liaison, which is a designee of the CPOA. So the plan would be to turn this, to make this request, which the CPOA would make to the chief of police, and the analysis would be done by the CPOA. And I would like to just acknowledge that Ali Abbasi, who is the data analyst for the CPOA, has been instrumental in researching this project and getting the information, the supporting information that would justify us asking for further data. So that's the notion of the request tonight, is to get this additional data, have the CPOA analyze it, and then report back to the board with the information as to what policy recommendations we might make to APD regarding traffic stops. So I'll stand for questions.
Okay, I am first up on our list, and I fully support that.
Vice Chair Galloway, are you guys in discussion, or did you
Yeah,
motion?
We probably should motion and second and then go into discussion.
All right, then I would like to, the motion, I will make the motion. The Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board hereby proposes that the Civilian Police Oversight Agency commence a study of traffic stops conducted by APD. The purpose of this study shall be to determine if APD traffic stops have resulted in disproportionate targeting of minorities, unnecessary use of force, and or increased risk to citizen and officer safety. The CPOA shall report back to the board with its findings and any associated recommendations for changes in APD policy and training. So that's.
I'll second that. And so moving into discussion, as I was saying, I fully support this. I thought that that article that we read about Fayetteville, North Carolina was really eye-opening and had some interesting aspects to it. So I think that it's great that you guys have kind of seized on this opportunity. The only thing that I might suggest is that we include a timeline, a due by date kind of thing. And I understand that that may take some further communication with APD, but at least have something to start with so that we get an idea and we can flag it for future agendas. But that would be my only recommended change to this motion. Sorry, I'm leading this thing. Next person on the list is Member Johnson.
Yes, I think that it's a great idea. I like that it's proactive instead of reactive. So I do support it. And, I've being a part of some of these types of things that go on, I think that it would be good to investigate it and to try to find if there is a correlation or if there isn't. So I definitely support this as well.
Dr. Cass, you would be the next, but I would allow you to wait if you would choose to.
I'll defer until the end.
Sounds good. Member Nixon?
So anytime we're looking at these kind of studies, how it affects people of color, I wouldn't characterize this necessarily as minorities. One of the things I've learned is that the correlation of the English language tends to have consequences. So I want to be accurate when I say that. But this is a good idea, and I would like to expand it to the Terry stops. I think that if we can do this with traffic stops, we should be able to do it with the Terry stops. Oh, and by the way, the Terry stop is nothing more than a stop and frisk, which is, in my opinion, a violation of anybody's rights. But I would love to see where this goes, because next on the agenda coming down the pipe will definitely be the Terry stops that I see such an implicit bias in whenever I look at OBDR footage of people of color being stopped and versus people who are not of color or considered white or whatever. So there's definitely something disparaging, and I would like to just see if the statistics can expand on that as well. So thank you, Dr. Cass, for introducing this.
Okay, next is Member Ralph.
I I would agree that it would be interesting to see what the report brings, but I was just, when you kept mentioning Fayetteville, North Carolina, I just didn't see, that's such a heavily populated minority area. And I just didn't see the comparison, but of course I'm kind of a little ignorant to the meetings today, but I just wanted to say that it's a very heavy populated minority area, and I just didn't see the comparison, but I'd be interested to see it.
Okay, starting round two. I think that Member Nixon raises a good point just on language and the use of the word minority in this motion. And I would move that we change the word minority to any specific demographic, so that it's a little bit more all-encompassing. And then I would suggest that we have a report back to the board as to a reasonable timeline to compile what is essentially, I think, 4 years worth of data to be reported back by APD and whatnot. So I guess that's really a motion to change minority to any specific demographic, and maybe a report back to the board at our June board meeting as to a reasonable expectation of time to compile this.
If I could respond to that, I think that's friendly.
It's a second, though. It's a motion, so we need a second or it fails.
I second the amendment. In terms of as far as discussion goes, I think we can set a timeline for report back without having it in the motion. I think the intent of this motion is to gather data. And the rate at which we gather data is going to depend on how, on the collaboration between the CPOA and an APD. And I think that's going to be hard to predict. But I think since a lot of this is going to be within the control of APD, so we have written into the ordinance that we're entitled to get information from APD. What's not written in there is how fast we get it. So I think to put a time on this would be, with outside the expectation of this motion. I think we can ask for a report, and that's easily done within the, by just putting it on the meeting agenda. So I would suggest that we just amend this to use a different term other than minorities, and leave it essentially at this. In response to Member Ralph's comment, this was just an example of a city. There haven't been very many cities who've done this, but this is an example. This is a case study essentially of a city that has done this, and they have documented their results to some extent, and it got some reporting in the popular medium. So we don't have that many possible examples, but another one is Philadelphia, which is also done some studies of their traffic, of the frequency of traffic stops. So, but again, of course, that's a minority or people of color populations in both those cities are certainly greater than they are in Albuquerque. But so it's different comparisons, but it's the only comparisons that exist at this point, or there are very few comparisons to make. So so that's all I have.
Okay, I would be happy to alter my motion to just change the use of the word minority to any specific demographic if my second is accepting of that. Yes.
Second.
It was actually already seconded by Dr. Cass, and since it was his idea, I'm assuming he's on board. We're going to keep going. We are in discussion on the amended motion. So, Member Johnson?
I agree with the amended motion because I was thinking as board member Ralph was speaking, that New Mexico in itself is pretty populated with what would be considered minority. So I would just like to see the findings and see if those findings, even with us looking at it and doing this type of case study, seeing how that would, you know, be able to help, or if there's anything that we do need to help. So I definitely agree with it. And thank you for letting me give my input.
Yes, sir. Member Dr. Cass, do you have anything else you want to add to that particular topic?
No, and I might respond to Member Nixon. I think Terry stops are, you know, that they are a good idea to investigate. And this was a good, I think we can start here, and depending on the outcome of this, you know, we can re-examine this as far as Terry stops go. I think we'll learn a lot from this just in terms of getting data, and it may help us in the future in that process alone. So
Member Nixon?
Nothing more.
Sorry, thank you. Member Nixon?
No, I was just saying, yeah, I definitely agree with that, to kind of expand that out. It seems like it's almost kind of natural progression with when you're talking about the interactions of police officers with the public and public safety. So thank you.
Member Ralph?
I have no further comment. Thank you.
We could go a second round. I don't know that we need to. So unless anybody like raises their hand and tells me they want a second round of the amended conversation. Okay, Ms. Barella, will you call the roll on the amended motion?
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson? Member Johnson?
Maybe having technical difficulties.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, back to the original motion, and we are still on round, I think, 2 of that. Is there any, and I've had my say, so Member Johnson, do you have anything else you'd like to add from a motion as a whole?
I have no further comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Dr. Cass?
No, I have no more comment.
Member Nixon?
I have no more comment. Thank you.
And Member Ralph?
No further comment. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll call on the proposed motion as amended?
Yeah. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0.
Okay, great. Item 12B is the IMR liaison proposal. This is Member Olivas's, Chair Olivas's proposal. Since he's not here, I'm going to go on ahead and just read it in to the record. The background on this is the board is asked to go in-person viewings of the IMR drafts. IMRs for our new members are the independent monitors reports that we receive every 6 months. Due to IPRA issues, it is my understanding that the board cannot have access to this legally privileged material in virtual format. The board is still encouraged to view the draft to identify any potential errors or issues that should be addressed with the monitor prior to publishing. This helps the board to potentially avoid embarrassing errors or other misunderstandings that would be more difficult to handle after the public release. It does not seem to be a good use of board time to ask all members to individually view the document. This duplicates the effort and work. The proposal is to insert the following passage into the board's policies and procedures, Article 3, Section 2, while delegating final editing to board legal counsel. This would then be Article 3, Section 215, looks like. Appoint one board member to act as an IMR liaison. The IMR liaison is responsible for viewing the draft IMR, identifying any potential concerns, conferring with the executive director on concerns, and notifying the board of these concerns prior to the public release of the IMR. All members remain able and are encouraged to review the draft IMR. So I think that proposal in this, as it's written, is a motion to change our policies and procedures to allow for an IMR liaison. And I would make that motion on Eric's behalf.
Second.
Thank you, Member Nixon. Opening it up for discussion. Member Johnson, you are first up on this round.
Based off what I've heard, I really don't have a comment. I think I'm gonna defer so I can hear a little bit more discussion about it. If you.
Absolutely. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes, I think this is a good idea in that it identifies someone who's responsible from the board for reading the IMR draft, which is, and as a matter of background, I mean, we've had some problems with when the draft is, I mean, the reason that this there's limitations on the draft is that on the reading of the draft, and it's done in the offices of the CPOA, is that there have been leaks of the report before it actually became official. And since it's not our report, it's also not our purview to divulge what's in it until the author does. So, so that's why this exists at all, this restriction. But otherwise, everyone should have had equal access to that draft and be able to use it. And this doesn't change that. This just designates one of the board members as being responsible for doing that. My only concern about it is that in communicating what they find, there has to be some care taken that we don't create some kind of a quorum, rolling quorum by communicating that information. So that probably is going to end up being left to our legal counsel to do that. So, but generally I support this. That's all.
Member Nixon?
Yep, I support this. That's fine. I have nothing else to say.
Member Ralph?
I don't have a comment at this time.
It's my turn. The only thing that I might suggest is that whoever that person is be allowed and empowered to confer with legal counsel on this, as sometimes there can be conflicting interests between the board and the agency. And so I have found in the past when I was chairing the board, and perhaps Dr. Cass has as well, that Tina's insight has been super helpful, and to not allow another member of the board to benefit from that when it's this serious of a topic, I think is a misstep. So I would probably amend this to say conferring with the executive director and legal counsel on concerns that would be brought up. That's a motion to amend.
I second that.
Any discussion on that particular issue? I'm not seeing anybody jump. Okay. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll on that amendment?
Yes. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Rell?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Back to our second round on this motion as a whole, and with Member Johnson.
I think that I got the gist of what it is. I do like the idea that we are able to confer with legal counsel. That way it keeps us out of trouble. So I think that I have a general idea of what it is that the board is doing. So I have no further comment.
Thank you. Dr. Cass?
Yeah, I have no further comment.
Member Nixon?
No further comment. Thank you.
Member Ralph?
I have no comment. Thank you.
And I have no further comment, but I will recognize our attorney, Ms. Gooch.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board. I only have a concern about the notification provision that I believe Vice Chair Galloway already mentioned, and the problem with creating a rolling quorum. In the past, we've taken great care to ensure that if the whole board needs to hear something, that a special meeting is called, or the chair has delegated authority to address any of those issues. I'm not sure if that's something that the IMR liaison in consultation with the chair should do, as opposed to the notification of the entire board. I just worry for the Open Meetings Act purposes to have an inadvertent error there. So I would recommend that rather than having all the board being notified of concerns, that the liaison and chair determine, one, if they need to notify the whole board and call a special meeting, or two, be delegated authority to work with myself and the executive director to address any concerns with the IMR team, because we don't have a long time to review. So it would mean a very fast turnaround for the board to have a special meeting.
I don't disagree with you at all. I think that's an excellent point. I think when I was reading this, I was expecting it to be at a publicly noticed meeting, but it doesn't say that. So notify the board via the chair. Adjusting the language to read that.
Vice Chair Galloway, I think you could say notifying the chair of these concerns prior to the release. It's just a matter of what the chair does with those concerns, and if the board's will is to have the chair call a special meeting or make a decision. Sometimes it is not super substantive. Sometimes it is. The problem is that as soon as the whole board tries to talk about something, we're violating the confidentiality of the draft reports, which is why we can't circulate the draft reports in the first place. So we are in a bit of a catch-22 regarding that confidentiality requirement. I would recommend, if the board is so inclined, with the liaison and the chair to delegate the authority to those two with the executive director to make any decisions.
I'm just looking at this, trying to figure out how to reword this. Let me capture that. Give me a moment.
Vice Chair Galloway, if I can help, I would recommend that it say appoint one board member to act as the IMR liaison. The IMR liaison is responsible for viewing the draft IMR, identifying any potential concerns, conferring with the executive director and legal counsel on concerns, and in coordination with the chair, determining whether concerns should be brought to the IMR team. This way, the board is not losing its voice in the process. There's more than one of the board members in participating, but there is not an Open Meeting Act issue, and we are keeping the document confidential.
In coordination with the chair and executive director, conferring any concerns. Can you repeat that one more time?
I made it up as I went, Vice Chair Galloway, and I wasn't typing while I was talking. The very end, I would say, and in coordination with the chair, report any concerns to the IMR team.
Okay, so I think that if I have this right, the motion to amend this motion one more time would be to appoint one board member to act as an IMR liaison. The IMR liaison is responsible for viewing the draft IMR, identifying any potential concerns, and conferring with the executive director and legal counsel on concerns. And in coordination with the chair and executive director, report any concerns to the IMR team. All members remain able and are encouraged to review the draft IMR. I think that's right. That's the motion to amend the motion to read as such. That's the motion. Thank you. Crickets are tough, man. You guys got to help me out. Okay, so motion and a second to amend this motion a second time. Dr. Cass, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, nothing to add.
Member Nixon?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
Member Ralph?
Nothing to add.
I have nothing to add. Member Johnson?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that is the motion before the board. Ms. Varela, if you will call the roll, please.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
That was a motion to amend. We still have to motion to approve, correct? Motion to approve the amended motion.
Second.
All right. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, Ms. Varela, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
thank you. Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for walking through that process. Next item on our agenda, 12C, the IMR 13 and status conference, and I will turn this over to our legal counsel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board. You should have a draft of the proposed letter to be submitted to the court in conjunction with the upcoming public hearing on June 9th. I assume that there will be discussion about that and any edits or changes that anyone would like. I'm happy to incorporate and work with the chair and the executive director to address. The status conference with there's a couple of things that you've already heard about from Ms. Van Meter as well as Director Harness. The meeting on the 27th for the amici group, as well as the public hearing on June 9th. I assume, but I would like the board to confirm that I should attend that hearing and be prepared, if asked by the court, to present the board's views as finalized in whatever letter is approved tonight. And if anyone has any questions about either the letter or that upcoming public hearing or anything else, I stand for questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Gooch? Anybody have any comments about the IMR 13 draft letter? Okay. Then I think that we make a motion to allow Tina and Eric to finalize this and send it off to the appropriate people.
I second.
Okay. Any discussion beginning with member Dr. Cass?
No, I think it was a very thorough letter and I support it.
Member Nixon?
No comment. Thank you.
Member Ralph?
I have no comment. Thank you.
I have no comment either. And Member Johnson?
No comment. Thank you.
Perfect. So with that, Ms. Varela, if you will call the roll.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Wonderful. Next item is 12D, update on serious use of force cases and officer involved shooting case material. And this is also Ms. Gooch and Director Harness.
Vice Chair Galloway, before we move from the last agenda item, I just would like confirmation about attendance at the hearing. And then also, I forgot, I apologize. The Department of Justice has contacted all of the amici groups, including the CPOA and the CPOA board, to find out if it has any concerns about the prior agreement with the city that letters would be limited to 3 pages. The proposed letter that was presented to you all this evening, there's not a page limit issue, but I did not want to respond to the Department of Justice without getting the board's okay to say extending it to 5 pages is fine, unless the board's wish is to have no page limit. It's not per se an item for this particular IMR period, but it was a request made of us that I wanted to just bring to the board's attention.
Okay, so I guess tackling those things one at a time, I would move that we authorize Attorney Gooch to attend the upcoming status conference hearing, as has been done in the past for our new members.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion beginning with Member Nixon?
No. No
Member
discussion.
Ralph?
No
Member Ralph?
discussion, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I don't have anything. Member Johnson?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay, Member Dr. Cass?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, Ms. Varela, roll call vote to approve Ms. Gooch's time at the status conference hearing.
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. And Tina, just for clarification, they're asking if we have any concerns with extending the page limit to 5?
Vice Chair Galloway, that's correct. Or if with having a page limit at all, or if there's no position in either, any of the above.
I think that I don't really have any concerns with that. So if anybody would like to make a motion to either extend to 5 pages or unlimited, feel free. I'm not seeing anything. So then I make a motion that we respond back to the DOJ that the CPOAB has no position on this.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion beginning with Member Ralph?
No discussion, thank you.
I have nothing to add. Member Johnson?
I have nothing to add.
Member Dr. Cass?
Nothing to add.
And Member Nixon?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barella?
Yes. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson? Member Johnson?
We're voting to approve that we have, or respond back that we have no position on this topic.
I'll circle back to him. Is that okay? Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
And Member Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Does that take care of that item, Ms. Gooch? So now moving on to item 12D, update on serious use of force cases and officer involved shooting case materials. This is Ms. Gooch and Director Harness.
Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board, I don't know if Director Harness would like to go first or not, so I will let him begin before I proceed.
Vice Chair Galloway and Honorable Board, as I stated in my report, the temporary fix for getting the information is for me to pick up a thumb drive from the department to upload that information to try and get you back on track. And then there is the ongoing negotiations for an MOU with the APOA and the city. The city legal is to draft an MOU for our review along with the union. And that's where that stands, to make the process more efficient and make the information more readily available for the board.
Tina, do you have anything to add?
I could not have said it better myself. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on is item 12E. It's an update on board vacancies. Very excited about this, Director Harness.
I'm unsure how this was my topic, but I'm sorry, Vice Chair Galloway. The potential ninth member of the board was presented to outreach yesterday afternoon. I believe we're going to be able to meet with this candidate on Tuesday via Zoom. And at that point, there should be a full complement of board. I don't believe that this will dissuade the Department of Justice from continuing its efforts to modify the selection process for board members. In that context, Ms. Yara, our previous point of contact for this, her last day with City Council is tomorrow. And so Mr. Melendrez is the interim director of council services. So we'll be dealing with Mr. Melendrez regarding this issue. City Legal is aware of this changeover. City Attorney Aguilar sent an email this morning promising that we would meet again regarding this topic in the next week or two.
All right. For those of you who are new, I have been on this board since 2017. And since February, I believe, of 2018, we have not had a full complement of the board. So this is very, very exciting news. Very exciting news. So the next item on our agenda is item 12F, report on the continued use of Zoom for CPOAB meetings. Ms. Gooch.
Thank you, Vice Chair Galloway, Honorable Board. This is an item that I was asked to look into as the last board meeting, and that is to find out, once the public health emergency is lifted, whether the board can consider proceeding with its meetings via Zoom. It appears that this is something that can be done, but that the most prudent course would be to confer with the Attorney General's office about its OMA guidance and how that can be updated, given that we've all lived in the pandemic now for a year doing Zoom meetings that are OMA compliant. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has about it. I do think that it's a wonderful discussion to have. I think it's great that we are seeing so much public participation in this format, and I would hate for that to wane if we go back to in-person. But it also, under the OMA, does require that for board members to appear via telephone or electronically, that there has to be a finding that it's difficult or otherwise impossible for the member to attend the meeting in person. So keeping that in mind, knowing those are the parameters, I think it's important the board keep an eye on the public health orders. I've communicated with the city clerk as well. About a month ago, the position was nothing's changing yet. Hold tight, we'll see what is happening. The Attorney General's office, I expect, will eventually issue some guidance as well, and we can then address it based on that guidance. Until then, we're okay to continue in Zoom, but if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, so just so I understand, the board, when it comes to guidance, pandemic guidance, it's not the national level, state level, or federal level that we're following as far as that guidance is concerned. Where do we take that from?
Vice Chair Galloway, Member Nixon, at this point, we are following the Attorney General's guidance that's published regarding OMA compliance, and the current guidance is based on the pandemic provisions. It has not been updated since the onset of vaccinations and other changes to the public health order. So at this point, we are following the Attorney General guidance for New Mexico.
Thank you.
I'm going to go on ahead if nobody else has any questions. For our subcommittee meetings, we are not necessarily beholden unto the Open Meetings Act for those, correct?
Galloway, that is correct.
So in theory, even if the public health order changed and we were to return to in-person meetings or decide that that was the most prudent for our board meetings. We would not necessarily need to do that for our subcommittee meetings and could continue to meet via Zoom. And I think that that is convenient given the amount of time that we spend on subcommittees and whatnot. So I have found this format to be much more efficient, but I think we would certainly lose something in meeting together face to face. And I think allowing public comment face to face instead of just reported in our minutes, I think that would be nice to go back to, but it's just something that we should be considering as to how the board would want to proceed, given the opportunity to change. Any other comments or discussion on this item? Okay. Thank you, Tina. Next item on the agenda is 12G, the removal of the APOA from as a standing item on our agenda, department reports and follow-up letter to the APOA. Member Olivas drafted a motion. I will just go on ahead and read that in, and then we can hold discussion if we get a second on that. So the motion is that the board agenda shall no longer include a reserved section for the APOA in the department report section of the agenda. The APOA shall remain free to address the board during public comment section of the meeting, and the APOA may request additional time to present to the board at any time through the board chair. The outreach committee of the CPOAB shall draft a letter explaining this change and expressing the board's willingness to work with the APOA and maintain an open channel of communication with the APOA. This letter shall be presented to the board at its regular June meeting. For clarification for our new members, the APOA is the Police Officers Union. Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moving into discussion, we're starting at the beginning again with myself. And the history behind the APOA being represented on our agenda was that, oh gosh, 1,000 years ago when I was attending OPA meetings, I don't even think it's called that anymore. The current APOA president had expressed some concerns over the public only being offered one side of the police story. And so we allowed them the opportunity to address the public and given them a standing item agenda. They have never taken advantage of that. So I'm okay with removing them. I think we've done our due diligence by allowing them and giving them that opportunity. So that's my 2 cents. Moving on to Member Johnson.
I don't have a comment at this time.
Okay, Member Dr. Cass.
No comment.
Member Nixon.
No comment.
And Member Ralph.
No comment, thank you.
Okay, I don't have any further to add, so I don't think there's a reason to go a second round. Ms. Spirella.
Yes. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Rell?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Next item on our agenda is 12H, Diversity and Inclusion Training Request Follow-Up. The board received some email communication from Michelle Melendez, back mid-April, I think, letting us know that she had copied the attorney, Attorney Aguilar, to bring him in the loop, that it would be difficult for the city to meet the needs as expressed by the training requests that the board had issued, and that the most likely solution to that would be for us to work with some consultants that the city has at their disposal to develop a training for us. She did, as Director Harness mentioned earlier in the evening, provide us with an invitation to the trainings that are held by the city. There are some good stuff that I think is going to come up in June, although we don't have that information quite yet. There is just for your information, it's a 2-day intensive anti-racism training And it's scheduled right now for June 22nd and 23rd, but we don't really have any more information on that. That might be good. There is a note from her that any consultants that we would choose to work with are not going to be a part of the city. They are independent contractors and therefore would be paid by the CPOA's budget. It won't be free to us. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Chair Olivas and I would request the opportunity to explore these options further over the course of the next month, perhaps with Ms. Melendez, if that is agreeable to the board. Member Dr. Cass.
I would say that you can do that without any approval from the board, and that, you know, this is already something that you've started and have a desire to see through. And I think that's, you ought to be able to do that without any further authorization from the board. I think you've already gotten that.
I agree, which is why that didn't come in the form of a motion, but I am offering that for anybody else to weigh in on.
I certainly don't object.
All right. Any further discussion on that? Okay, Chair Olivas and I will continue down this path. Next item on our agenda is 12I, strategy to increase timeline compliance for CPOA investigations. Director Harness, do you have anything that you would like to share with the board on that? You're muted.
Vice Chair Galloway, strategies to increase timeline compliance for CPOA investigations. 1, the CPOA board should recommend a policy change to 3-41 to allow minor violations to be referred to area command for investigation by the CPOA as allowed by Internal Affairs Professional Standards. 2, CPOA board recommend an amendment to the CASA, placing a statute of limitations on complaints. 3, CPOA board shall persuade the city to negotiate expanded time limitations with the APOA. 4, increase the investigation staff. And 5, the CPOA has set aside $75,000 to contract outside vendor investigators. That funding will come from fiscal year 21 and carry into fiscal year 22.
Okay, any discussion on that?
So Ed, increasing this timeline doesn't affect any of the CPOA's needs for personnel. So you don't see that affecting it, you know, later on, right? It's not, in other words, this isn't, although the timeline being expanded will alleviate, it doesn't alleviate the workload, but it just alleviates the amount of time to do the work. Am I understanding that?
Vice Chair Galloway, Member Nixon, best practices accepted across the United States for administrative investigations is at least 180 days. We have 90 with a one-time 30-day extension. The expansion of the timelines would allow for more full investigations and simply relieve the burden of investigators to do the investigations in such a short time. The idea of expanding the timelines is to provide a better opportunity to gain compliance.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Is there by any chance a plan for where things currently stand and making timelines work as they are now? I mean, these are steps that can be taken. We don't know if they would be approved or not or adopted.
Vice Chair Galloway, I think that with the caseload, there is no way that every investigation can be done in 90 days.
Okay. Anything further from the board? All right. Next item on the agenda is CPOA staffing and time management study. It's item 12J.
Vice Chair Galloway and board, the CPOA will conduct a study post health emergency and when the agency investigation staff is full and fully trained.
Any questions from the board? The only one that I have is without doing a time management study, how do you determine the number of investigators that you would need?
Vice Chair Galloway, I would prefer to be fully staffed to even commence that question at this point.
I guess how do we know what fully staffed is? Whether it's 6 investigators or 20?
Well, right now we are going into fiscal year 22, fully staffed would be 7 investigators.
Okay, so just budgeted staff is perhaps the right.
If we're going to have a semantical discussion about it, I guess, sure, budgeted staff at this point.
I'm not intending to have a semantical, I'm just asking for clarification.
Yes, budgeted staff.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I just want to make sure I understand because we were talking about a full staff. Right now, the CPO is fully staffed with investigators. Is that correct? Okay.
Vice Chair Galloway, Member Nixon, no, we are not.
Okay. We are missing how many? Or short how many of the 7?
Currently, we have 2 investigator positions that are, oh, wait a minute. We will have 1 investigator position still open as budgeted for fiscal year 21, and we will have an additional investigator position for fiscal year 22.
Any other questions? Okay. Item 12K is the CPOA investigation checklist.
Vice Chair Galloway, the CPOA investigation checklist, the CPOA will not provide an investigation checklist as requested in the board's November 2020 letter. The checklist requested constitutes an audit. Audit of each CPOA investigation is not permitted under the city's oversight ordinance.
Okay. Any questions from board members on that? Okay. Next item on our agenda is item 12L, notification protocol for complainants of board meetings or for board meetings.
Vice Chair Galloway, notification protocol. During the January 2021 meeting in my report, I advised the board what the protocol would be beginning in February. It is as follows. Upon a case being uploaded for the board review, the complainant receives a notice from the CPOA that the board will be reviewing their case at the upcoming meeting. That notice is sent either via US mail or email. The complainant is advised to contact the CPOA no later than the Tuesday before the meeting if they wish to address the board. If the complainant contacts the CPOA, they are provided the Zoom link for the meeting and advised they will be given a minimum of 5 minutes to address the board. In addition, they are advised that they will be placed in the waiting room until it is their time to address the board.
Any questions for Director Harness on this issue? All right, seeing no questions. Item M, CPOA standardized findings letter.
Vice Chair Galloway, CPOA standardized findings letter. It is contemplated that we would have had a findings letter generated from the new case management software benchmark, but that process has been delayed and probably will not come online until at least, I would say, at least January of 2022. So in its place, we have drafted a loadable complaint form. This is, I'm just screen sharing and I'm showing you that this is the draft. I will forward a copy of this to the board, along with all of my written comments from this evening.
Thank you. That's nice. Any questions from members of the board? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move to item 12N, training for board members on CPOA investigations.
Vice Chair Galloway, training for board members on investigations. The CPOA will not be able to provide this training until mid to late 2022 because training of new investigators is going to be a priority.
Any questions from members of the board on that? Okay, item 12O, protocol on responding to pob@cabq.gov emails.
Vice Chair Galloway, protocol on responding to POB emails. The board referred this matter to the outreach subcommittee, and it has been discussed at 2 subsequent full board meetings on how the board will be responding to POB emails.
Director Harness, at last month, April board meeting, it was stricken from the conversation that the board will be responding to those and left as was, voted and approved by the board. Just for clarification.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
Yeah, at the April board meeting with the revision of the point of contact, it was discussed and voted by the members of the board that response to pob@cabq.gov emails will remain within the agency.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda, 12P, unless there's any other questions. Okay. Item 12P, board member responsibilities and training deficits. Cheryl Levis says, just a reminder that new and existing members need to complete their training requirements per the ordinance and CASA and inform Director Harness and Cheryl Levis when they are complete. Cheryl Levis will review training deficits with Director Harness prior to the June meeting. The monitor highlighted this issue and we need to get all training completed as soon as possible. Are there any questions about that or any discussion about trainings? Okay. Item 12Q is the appointment of the board point of contact. Per Article 3, Section 2C of our updated policies and procedures approved by the board at the April 8th, 2021 meeting, Cheryl Levis suggests that the natural board point of contact would be myself as the chair of the outreach committee. Therefore, I move that that the board approve the appointment of me as the point of contact until a new chair and vice chair are elected in 2022. That is a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Member Johnson, do you have any questions or concerns with that?
No, not right now.
Okay, Dr. Cass?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Member Nixon?
No, nothing.
Member Ralph?
I have no discussion.
Okay, thank you, and I don't either. So that being said, Ms. Barella?
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Ralph,
Yes.
and that motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Item 12R on our agenda is the CPOA Board Subcommittee assignments, now that we have 2 new members. Chair Olivas is appointing myself, Member Mitchell, Member Nixon, and Member Ralph to the Outreach Committee. For Policy and Procedure, Member Dr. Cass, Member Armijo Pruitt, Member Olivas, and Member Johnson. For the Case Review Committee, Member Nixon, Member Galloway, Member Cass, Member Dr. Cass, excuse me, and Member Johnson. And for Personnel, Member Olivas, Member Mitchell, Member Armijo Pruitt, and Member Ralph. These appointments are, of course, subject to board approval, so I move that the board approve these appointments until a new chair and vice chair are elected in 2022.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll move into discussion, and with that hesitation, Dr. Cass. Oh, you're muted.
Went the wrong way. I'm sorry. I'd just like to hear from the new members if they, if this is their wish to serve on these committees. So.
Okay, as we approach them, if that's all right, we'll get your approval for those committees, and I can reread that if you guys need to. So Member Nixon? Do you have any? Okay. Member Ralph?
I have no comment.
Okay, and you're comfortable with participating on outreach and personnel?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm comfortable with these decisions. Member Johnson?
I have a question.
Yes.
You know, being appointed, I kind of know some of my strong points, although I'm not, you know, adverse to trying new things. If I felt like I had skills to do other things, is that a possibility, or is this set?
I think that we're going to be going through this one more time with the appointment of a new member to our board. And so I think that if you have strong opinions about one committee versus another, reaching out to Chair Olivas is probably recommended.
Okay, so then I think that's what I'll do. I'll reach out to Chair Olivas and speak to him.
Sounds good. Do we need a second round of discussion on this? Okay, Member Nixon?
Yeah, I just had one quick question. I know that we're talking about the assignments, and I saw something where there was going to be a use of force committee being developed. I know we'll get to that later, but no?
It's not so much a committee, it's a point person to review use of force cases to make sure that we have the materials
Got you.
necessary to come to a decision.
Within these assignments, is that being taken into consideration given, you know, different folks having different time constraints and stuff like that? Is this included in that, or is that kind of like a separate thing?
That's going to be an appointee, and it will be just one person. And if that particular individual does not feel comfortable with taking on that role, then I suspect that they will let us know this evening when we bring that up, number one, and then take that on with Chair Olivas after tonight.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Cass, do you have any other comment? Okay. I'll just go through since we got Member Nixon, Member Ralph.
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I am as well. Member Johnson.
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Varela?
Yes. Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
thank you. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. Member Ralph,
Yes, thank you.
thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Wonderful. Item 12S is the appointment of the board serious use of force case manager. The final appointee designated by Chair Olivas is that of the serious use of force case manager. This is following the serious use of force proposal made by member Dr. Cass and approved by the board at the April 8th meeting. Given his familiarity with serious use of force process and that the idea of this role originated with Dr. Cass, Chair Olivas would like to appoint Dr. Cass as the board's use of force case manager. Since this is also a role designated by the chair, the appointment of the case manager is subject to change with the new chair. Therefore, I move that the board approve the appointment of member Dr. Cass as the serious use of force case manager until a new chair and vice chair are elected in 2022. With that, we'll start discussion. Member Nixon?
Excuse me, Vice Chair
I'm
Galloway,
sorry.
was there a second?
Yeah, forgive me, a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Cass. Member Nixon?
No comment, or yes.
Member Ralph?
No comment.
I have nothing to add so long as Dr. Cass is willing to take this on. Member Johnson?
I don't have a comment. I agree with it.
And Dr. Cass, this is all you at this point.
Well, I'm happy to do it because I think this is one of the most important things the board does, and I think we need to get it right. And I think getting this in front of the public is very important, and we're clearly losing the momentum on that. So I'm looking forward to continuing this effort. That's all I have.
Thank you. Since you were the only one with comment, I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Varela to call the roll.
Sure. Member Galloway? Member Galloway? Yes. Member.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Member Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. Item 12T, consideration of PPRB policies with no recommendation. Dr. Cass.
So I'll try to keep this as painless as possible. But as I mentioned in the policy and procedure report, we have the board adopted a policy that we would make no recommendations on certain policy, and those no recommendations would be made to the policy subcommittee of APD as opposed to the chief. So so what I have tonight is a list of policies which the policy or SOPs or policies which the policy and procedure subcommittee approved at our last meeting. And I'll just quickly go through that list so that everyone's aware of the policies which are being considered. And just as a further point of clarification, these are policies which have gone through the final stage of review, which is called the Policy and Procedure Review Board. And once they've completed the Policy and Procedure Review Board, if we wanted to make recommendations, there's a 30-day period during which we could do that. This is a case where we're not making a recommendation. So I will read you the list of policies which we're going to not recommend any changes to. So policy SOP 2-1 is uniforms. I won't try to explain that, but it governs the appearance essentially of officers and what they wear. 227 is a rescue task force, which was actually withdrawn as a policy, so we have no recommendation on that. 269 was policy involving informants, and there were no significant changes on that, and there were no particular recommendations. Policy SOP 27 is damage to civilian property. There's no recommendation on that. I might point out that one of the places where we do get to have input is by attending the the policy unit meeting or this PPRB meeting, which I referred to. And so there were actually some modifications made during that process to this damage to civilian property, but we have no other recommendation. There's policy SOP 237, which is meal breaks. No recommendation to that policy. SOP 333, which is performance evaluation and management system. And this is a policy that's been in the works for a couple of years. It's getting off the ground. We have no recommendations on that policy. It needs to, be implemented. And the final one is SOP 350, which is the forms control. So I would move that the board forward this information to the CPOA liaison, who has been Ali Abbasi, who will then submit a form to APD listing these policies as having no recommendation. And I will get that form is available to Mr. Abbasi. So my motion is to make no recommendation for this list of 7 policies.
Second. We'll open that up to discussion. Member Ralph?
I have no comment. Thank you.
I don't either. Member Johnson?
I don't have a comment. Thank you.
Member Dr. Cass?
I was trying to look at a comment I was getting from council, and I'm not sure. Would you clarify what you're trying to ask me, or what you were asking me, please?
Vice Chair Galloway, Member Dr. Cass, it's not material to the item in front of you right now.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I have no further comment.
Okay, and Member Nixon?
No comment. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Ms. Barella?
Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes, thank you.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. Next item on our agenda is 12U, the review and, is that right? Yeah. Review and approval of first quarter case findings audit report. Member Nixon.
Okay, so the audit report, or the findings, I should say, there was no other findings on it or anything added from the case review committee. So they are basically up for approval at this point. And let me just run through those cases again, in case anybody has any questions. That would be 170-20, 248-20, and 025-21. And those were, 2 of those were administratively closed cases, but we didn't have any findings on those cases. Pretty straightforward. So,
with your permission, then I would make a motion to approve the first quarter case findings audit report.
yes, as second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I have nothing to add. Member Johnson?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Member Dr. Cass?
Nothing to add.
Member Nixon?
Nothing to add.
And Member Ralph?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Barella, if you'll call the roll, please.
Sorry, I was muted. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is item 12B, the use of administratively closed findings for complaints, or use of administrating closed in lieu of the finding for complaints due to a change in officer employment status. This is an issue that has concerned me for quite some time. And after hearing the internal affairs commander last month indicate that they do not automatically close an administratively closed case. They don't automatically administratively close a case simply because an officer is no longer employed with APD. They don't do that because they feel as though there could still be information to learn in a case, whether or not that employee is no longer a member of APD. So I would ask that the Policies and Procedures Subcommittee look into this topic and vet for the full board. Either way, continuing using administratively closed for complaints due to the change in officer employment status or not. And instructing the agency to go on ahead and at least minimally investigate that complaint. That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, that opens us up to discussion. Member Johnson.
I don't have a comment right now.
Okay, member Dr. Cass.
Yeah, I can put this on the agenda for the policy subcommittee meeting, and I would, take the recommendations from the agency strongly into consideration here. So I think yes, we'll look at it in the subcommittee.
Thank you, sir. Member Nixon.
No comment.
Okay, member Ralph.
No comment.
And the only thing that I would offer is if APD is looking within their own policies and procedures, we ought to be doing at least that. I mean, we're supposed to be overseeing the work of the police department and all of that. Simply administratively closing a complaint seems like a misnomer if the police department's doing it themselves, if their own internal affairs department is doing it themselves. So I'm gonna assume, since Dr. Cass is on board and nobody else had any comments on that, that we can go on ahead and just call the roll on this item.
Okay. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
That motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is 12W, the draft of July through December 2020 semi-annual report. Director Harness.
Vice Chair Galloway, Board, this afternoon, the second semi-annual report for 2020 was uploaded to SharePoint for your review, to be brought to the board next month for approval and submission to the city and city council.
Thank you. Any questions of Director Harness on that? Okay. Last item under agenda item 12 is updates to the executive director's job description. I'm inclined to table this until we have members of the personnel committee available to the board. So I think I would move to table this agenda item.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
It is I move to table.
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Cass?
I have nothing to add.
Member Nixon?
None, thank you.
Member Ralph?
No. No comment. Thank you.
I have no comment. Member Johnson?
No comment, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Barella?
Yes, and just for clarification, that's to table to next month's meeting?
Yes.
Next regularly scheduled? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Member Galloway?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Ralph?
Yes.
And that motion passed 5-0.
Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda is item 13, meeting with counsel regarding pending litigation or personnel issues. This will be a closed discussion and possible action regarding pending litigation or personnel issues. Matters subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the public body is or may become a participant pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H7. This is regarding Miller versus City of Albuquerque et al. I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Varela.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
They may have already gone, seeing that pop up.
Will we have enough for a vote?
Yes, with the three of us, so.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
and Ralph and Johnson already went into closed session. Is that what happened?
I think so.
So,
Okay, so that motion passed 3 with 2 excused.
all right.
I don't know exactly.
I don't know either,
I'll
perhaps.
call the vote. Maybe Tina.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
Vice Chair Galloway, Director Harness, is it possible to kick them back into the open meeting from that breakout room briefly?
I can pop in there and tell them to leave if we need to. Sorry,
Should I
guys. We
recall the vote?
Yeah, we have to actually vote to go into closed session. I apologize.
Can you, question, did you already have a motion
We did.
and second?
We did.
Why are we being excluded from the meeting?
You're not being excluded. We're actually bringing you back to participate fully. You guys joined in that breakout room before we were ready to.
Oh, we were just hanging out talking. Thank you.
So you'll recall the vote, Ms. Varela.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Ralph.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passed 5-0.
All right, now we'll head into that breakout session. Okay, having only discussed matters subject to attorney-client privilege during that closed session, I move that we come back to a full open board meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Berlin?
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rowell,
Yes.
motion passed 5-0.
Wonderful. Next item on our agenda is item 14, other business. Does anybody have any other business? Dr. Cass?
Yes, we're not gonna make it by 9 o'clock, but I hope it won't be too much later. So one of the things that sort of occurred late in the policy process is an actual recommendation, which in the making for responding to a policy which has recently gone through the final stages of reevaluation. And that policy is the SOP 2-98, which is the gunshot detection procedure. And we've had quite a bit of consideration of this policy and presentations at the policy subcommittee. We've had research done by our data analyst, Ali Abbasi, which has added to this. And after discussion at our recent policy meeting, it was decided that we would like to make a recommendation, and Ali Abbasi has written a suggested letter, which we can't vote on tonight, but I would like to get it on the table so that the board is aware of it, and we can consider this at our earliest opportunity in the future. And I won't read through this in its entirety. I'll just try to give you the gist of it. But essentially, what APD has done is they have created a gunshot detection, or have rented a gunshot detection system, which is a method of detecting firearms shot within an area within the city. And that system has been in place for about a year now, or more or less. And what it does is it has microphones around the city which detect a noise. That noise is analyzed and by the agency that provides this service, and then officers can be dispatched to these gunshot sources. And one of what we've noticed in the policy committee is that while this is an operating system and there's been a lot more gunshots detected, what we haven't seen yet is exactly how APD is going to use this new information that they're getting. And it's of concern, of course, in that this is essentially a very, it's a quite expensive process or system to have, and it gives good information. And so what we would like to do is just express our interest in using this information in a positive, in a way, or a useful way, or an efficient way at APD. So that's what the gist of this letter is. And I believe we can circulate a copy of this letter so that the board has some idea of what's going on here. So I'm just getting this out on the table for now, and that's all I would like to say about that. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from members of the board? All right, seeing none. Is there any other business? Any other business? Seeing none of that either, at 9:03, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Next regularly scheduled CPOA board meeting will be on June 10th. It's a quick turnaround time, guys, so just know that. June 10th, 5 p.m. Have a great evening, everyone.
Vice Chair Galloway, need a motion to
Motion to adjourn, sorry, out of practice.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Barella.
Member Galloway,
Yes.
Member Johnson,
Yes, thank you.
Member Dr. Cass,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Ralph,
Yes, thank you.
you're welcome. Member, motion passed 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now have a good evening, everyone.
Thank